As the Emperor's spies told him, Ciri had reached Novigrad. A lone attempt to find her in the North's largest city would certainly fail. But Geralt had friends he could count on. The Witcher decided to contact Triss Marigold.
We left off in the city, having just met and then split paths with Triss Friday night. Do not play Cold War Breaking Consoles. That one is not on my 2 playlists anytime soon. I'm not even sure what title that is. Alright, what was our quest menu? We had something going on. Novigrad, find the dreamer in the old house.
Fucking hey, Oz.
There's the lovely casual swearing. Is the game volume good? Y'all can hear the little bit of music and the characters chatting. Am I planning to play this through to completion? I'm planning to play it till I get bored, and I've enjoyed it so far, so I imagine that'll mean through to completion. I have the DLCs as well. Well, we need to get in there.
Just passing by, wanderer? Or do you seek something specific?
Who's asking?
Rudolf de Jonkier. Of those de Jonkiers, yes. My ancestors laid the foundations of this city. I now own its largest bank.
Didn't need a recommendation. Name would have been enough.
Father always said, all ought to know your merits, son. Don't hide them under a bushel.
I'm looking for Corrine Tilly.
Oh, you've come to the right place, then. Corrine is inside. Been there for a few days, dreaming the home's history.
Why do you need to know the house's history? You a historian or on a whim?
I bought this property a short while ago. Paid a pretty penny, I might add. Soon after, I witnessed disturbances. Led me to fear the home might be haunted.
What are the symptoms?
Oh, they vary. Giggling in the night, and furniture moving about in the attic, and last week, well, you shan't believe it, I found human feces in the parlor.
It sounds like there's just people squatting in his house.
I'd like to go inside, look around.
I don't usually let strangers rummage around my home. Twin swords, though. You're a witcher. You may enter, call that my whim. Truth is, we're already dependent on the black ones.
Thanks, Trim Freak. Well, we have our ghost lantern, and it's very dark in here, so that's convenient. I assume she's above us based on... Based on the position?
That's blood. Don't spill it. Please.
Don't spill it. There's blood. Well, that doesn't sound very good. Doesn't sound like she's dreaming. Oh, is that a godsire or whatever they were called? Like the one we found in the woods?
Wake up. It's just a dream. Wake up.
Godling. Yeah, that's it.
The doll. The attic.
check the attic.
Put it down, please. That's blood. Don't spill it. Please.
The game volume is good, by the way. I've been having to adjust it back and forth between the different games.
Stop.
Attic entrance through here, maybe.
Leave it.
Way to the next room's blocked.
It's good. Well, it's glowing red, but I can't do anything with it. Cow's milk. I'm sure that's still fresh. Ooh, salt pepper. Nah, I've not tried Gwent at all. Gacker snacks. I play enough card games during the day. I love the supernatural feel to the monster hunting parts of this game. I'm definitely someone who's watched double digits worth of seasons of that show. Can we walk down the ladder without falling? Maybe? Maybe?
Put it down, please. That's blood. Don't spill it. Please. Stop. Go away. Don't do that. Leave it.
Can I wake her up again? She said get the doll. Okay, I guess I'm supposed to look around up there. Supposed to search the attic. She said the doll. I assume she wanted us to bring the doll back. That's apparently not what she wanted. Use the Witcher senses and look around. Oh, there's extra stuff I didn't steal. Oh, there's something over here still? Drawing of a crib. Paper on which a crib has been hastily drawn by a child.
Strange stuff. A doll. Drawing shows it lying in a cradle. Maybe I should find one.
That's awesome. I always like when actors that I like end up being decent real people. Real decent people. It's always sad when you're like, oh, that person that I liked in that show is a scumbag. Or is just like an awful human being. Hey, bud, you can't be in here for this one. It's an adult game. Oh, hey, there's a cradle there.
Another masterpiece. An oven and a blackened grate. Oh joy. A riddle. Guess I should find an oven.
Well, we'll have plenty of food now, which is great. Wonder how long this house was abandoned before this person bought it. I don't know how long the godchild's been living here.
Boo! Did I scare you? Scared you, didn't I? I can tell you were scared. Big brave man scared of wee little Sarah. Ain't that funny?
I wouldn't do that anymore if I were you, Sarah. You might scare someone so bad they'll hurt you.
Why would someone hurt me? Having a spot of fun's not allowed anymore.
What are you playing?
That lady fell asleep, and I've sent her some horrible dreams. I'll not her wake neither. I can do that, you know. Funny, isn't it?
Very funny. Thing is, I gotta talk to the dreamer, so I'd like you to let her wake up.
Little Sarah doesn't want her to wake. Little Sarah wants to play.
The way you play, well, it's only ever fun for you.
That's because you're a dullard. All you humans are dullards.
You give the dreamer nightmares and won't let her wake up. Why are you tormenting her?
I'm not tormenting anyone. Scary dreams are great. What I love is when this big hen chases me. Hen's got these red...
Why do you live in a haunted house?
Tell you a secret. The house ain't haunted. Not one bit. I just pretend it is. Make everyone think that. It was sitting there all empty. So I moved in. Bigwig from the bank then came and bought it. I don't like bankers, especially not to live with. So I decided to give him a scare.
Gave the banker a really big scare. See, he paid a lot for this house and won't give it up easily, which is why you need to find another home.
I don't want to! I don't! I won't!
Sarah, Novigrad's no place for a godling. But if you want to live here, that's your business. So let's make a deal.
A deal? What kind?
Leave the dreamer alone. In exchange, I'll tell the banker the house is haunted. For good, no way to lift the curse.
You tell him that? What if he doesn't believe you?
I'm a witcher. He'll believe me.
Yes? Yes? Yes! Do that and I promise not to bother your friend. Not even a little. You're awfully nice, you know.
I don't hear that often. Thanks.
Now go wake that sleepyhead. I won't stop her. She'll get up.
I feel like we should let the godling keep the home, chat. The finance man doesn't need another property. She seems like a nice enough godling. Taste it, business daddy. Not my stonks.
Who are you?
Triss Marigold sent me to see you.
Gods. Horrible nightmares. I was supposed to dream the history of this house. Instead, I saw furniture. Hungry furniture that wished to devour me. I know it must sound foolish, but in the dream, well, it was all too real. And not at all amusing.
The work of a godling. She made people believe the house was haunted. Also injected your dreams with her little jokes.
And you managed to wake me. I feel fortunate.
We witchers have our ways.
I thank you very much. The dreams, they were awful. Any way I can pay you back?
There is, actually. I'm looking for a young woman who was seen in Novigrad.
I can certainly try to help. But I'll need to clear my head first. After those deranged dreams, I feel it's full of cobwebs. Find me at the Golden Sturgeon. I rent a room there.
All right. See you there.
Truth is, we're already... I saw Miss Corinne leave, but she refused to speak to me. Is the matter resolved? Or quite the opposite?
Hello, baby girl.
I'm Polka Dot Princess.
You're the polka dot princess, baby girl. Aren't you lovely? Should the stream see the polka dot princess extra big? What do you think? Who's that polka dot princess? Ooh. You say hi? Yeah.
This is a wacko.
Okay, go play with your brother.
A bit of both. A demon had captured Corinne. I managed to free her, but the house is still haunted.
Did Corinne dream of the building's past?
Yeah. Pretty horrid, apparently. Though she refused to talk about it. Nobody should inhabit the place.
So many crowns I paid. Oh, well. It shan't put me in the poorhouse.
See, chat, he's fine. He's tilted. His investment didn't pay off, but he's gonna be okay. We did the right thing. Life is Shades of Grey is a really good theme this game has. I appreciate it. Your decisions aren't really right and wrong. They're just varying shades of okay or not. And who sometimes they're okay for some people and worse for others.
Downfall of civilization. Moral decay.
Wait, there's a blacksmith. Let's repair our weapons before they break.
Need something sharpened? Reforged?
What do you have on offer?
Probably sell some of our extras while we're here too. I don't need all these Novigrad sword, Witcher steel sword. All these extra steel swords. Probably need one backup steel sword while I'm out. Igni, 38 armor piercing. Probably keep the armor piercing backup.
So long. Looks like rain.
How very astute of you, Geralt.
If he calls.
Notice board. Scrap. We can grab some work for later. We craft a new silver sword. And I don't know how to do that. I probably should. In recent days, several officers of Temple Guard have been ravaged to death in a most bestial manner. An investigation has been launched to look into it, so the perpetrators shall soon feel the iron grip of justice. It is likewise hereby announced that any man aiding or abetting these bandits or withholding evidence shall be punished by torture, imprisonment, or death. It's at the blacksmith. Or should we dip back there and see?
Need something sharpened? Reforged?
Like you to craft something for me. Think you can?
I did, Caperly. I thought it was really well done. These are crafting components. Harpy Steel Sword requires level 37. We're a ways off of that one. It's real good though. Look at the big numbers on that. Plus 385.
So long.
Yeah, someone else mentioned last time that you can't really find silver swords. You have to craft new ones. So, I think that was the merchant you remembered. It's just for much higher level. We'll have to remember to check on blacksmiths from now on to see if any of them make us a little bit weaker silver swords. I think we're level what? Level 9?
Help some fellas out, master. We're a bit of coin short another round.
'Cause we're comrades, see? Witcher, ain't you? We're butchers. You slaughter, we slaughter.
Except witches earn more. Old villagers pitch in. Lords open their purses. Ladies do like with their legs.
Guess I've been to the wrong villages. Dealt with the wrong lords and ladies.
Come on, don't make us beg. What's the witcher for, anyways? It's to help men in need.
You boys look tired. Probably ought to go home now.
Well, how long we been drinking now?
2 days. Well said, master. Home we will go.
And just like that, level 10. Oh, we have room for another skill now. That's exciting. We'll be able to get extra levels into here soon, too. Alright, does not move towards Geralt when he is casting Axe, increases effectiveness Axe. I kind of like unlocking extra dialogue options with Axe. I might do that. Extra stamina regeneration in combat is appealing too. Should we do another red one for the mutagen? Yeah, maybe. That could be good too. So this is extra fast attack. I don't really do strong attacks very often. All the blue ones give you extra stamina regen. Oh, okay. Oh, and all the red ones give you adrenaline. Got it. None of these other ones in here seem particularly good. Adrenaline point loss upon taking damage is lowered by 20%. Although I guess I need to take a second one. Deflect arrows while parrying. That could be okay, I suppose. I need to take a second one in here if I want to get down to the next row on here, because I need to add 5 more points, and I only have 3 currently. This is probably the least useless if I'm not really using... I guess I'm using heavy attacks on occasion. I'm probably not going to deflect arrows very often. I'm not really using the crossbow. And adrenaline hasn't been relevant. Let's do that. Yeah, varying your attacks against humans just tends to be useful. She is above. Those people are punching each other. Elegant. What a lively building. Thanks everybody for hanging out this afternoon, by the way, since we switched over from Runeterra. I do variety stuff like this in the evenings usually, but we ran late, so I decided to just run into this today.
a dream in here.
Never witnessed a seance like this before, let alone participated.
I will guide you. We must first achieve a kind of mental accord. I must ask some questions. You must answer them. It's important you're truthful. Answer from your heart.
Your gift. Tell me how it works.
It's hard to describe. To start with, I must gain an understanding of the bond between the person and the object I'm to dream about. I ask questions, try to flesh out feelings, emotions. Truth is essential in this. And though most who come to me acknowledge that, many refuse to speak openly of certain matters. Apart from which, they remain unaware of others, further obscuring things.
What do you see in your dreams?
I don't. It's my client who sees. My gift lies in summoning the right dreams. At times, nightmares or strong desires impose themselves on true events. It takes skill to separate seed from chaff.
Let's begin.
To start with, tell me a memory you have of this woman.
What for?
Do as I ask, please. I need the strongest, most complete memory you have of...
Ciri.
It's good to have you here, Wanderer.
His name is Ciri.
She was there when I died. Well, that's backstory I'm not familiar with.
It was in Rivia. The second war with Nilfgaard had just ended. There was still tension in the air. For gods know what reason, race riots erupted in the town. I tried to do something, but couldn't stop a riled crowd. A boy with a pitchfork. He ran it right through my gut. Yennefer lay dying as well. Ciri had us carried onto a boat. We sailed to a place where apple trees bloom eternal. She left us there. That was the last time I saw her.
Is there anything you'd like to add? Another memory, perhaps?
Yes, there's something else.
All right. Tell me no more than you wish to.
It was after her time training at Kaer Morhen. After the moment when Yennefer first called Ciri her daughter. We'd been separated. I knew she was in danger. I dreamt of her multiple times. I found her at Stygga Castle. She'd gone there to free Yen and gotten herself captured in the process. They wanted to hurt her. I remember fighting side by side with Ciri on stairs slippery from blood. It was the first time she ever deflected a crossbow bolt with her sword. Told her never to try it again.
These memories, they're intense.
Don't do that. Good job.
No. Let's continue.
You claim the woman has abilities. Tell me about them.
She's a child of the Elder Blood.
A descendant of bloody Volker. The rebel burned at the stake. The prophecies claim the world's destroyer will be born of the firebrand's cursed blood.
Pure legend.
Know when a legend transforms into prophecy? When it gains believers. I think you're right to be reticent in talking about the woman. I see. Do you wish to say more?
No. Can we start?
Naturally. I knew you cared about her. But your tone, the emotions you so carefully conceal.
Let's continue, please.
Make yourself comfortable and try to relax. You must take my hand and talk of Ciri. Tell me where you think she might be. Who could be at her side?
If Ciri couldn't find me, I'm sure she would have looked for another friend.
Who do you mean?
Yennefer wasn't in Novigrad. Triss was. But Ciri never found her. Maybe Dandelion. They liked each other a lot.
She crochets and we take a nap. Well, that wasn't Siri. That was Dandelion. Looked like you was in trouble, chap.
Dreamt of a swallow at first. After that, just nightmares.
At times, the dreams can multiply. Show the past as well as the future.
The swallow. It symbolizes Siri. She contacted Dandelion. I didn't know he was in town.
The poet. Heard about him. Someone left him the rosemary and thyme in their will.
The rosemary and thyme? Where's that?
As you enter the city through the red light district, you come upon a bridge.
Ah, the red light district.
Dandelion inherited a brothel?
So I've heard.
Thanks for your help.
Good luck, Witcher. I hope you find your Siri.
Alright, chat. I guess we're going to the brothel. Well then.
That reptile.
Who's captain of this ship?
Looking at her. Aye, her. That's right. I, a woman, am captain. Shocking as shit, I know.
Farewell.
They were just like, I don't want to die, and then I killed these people that were going to attack you. Well, you know.
So, lovely actions.
Lost your dabble in the Gods!
What is going on? Just like random people looting in the city in the middle of the night? I guess this is our first night here. Seems odd. Just like murder people in the streets. It's like no big deal. Alright, chat, this is your final warning before we get to the red light district. If you were someone that was hanging out from the Rune Terror section, and if you don't want the brothel on whatever screen you're watching, this is your chance to change the channel. Parry or counter ones. Yeah, I mostly dodge. Parrying, so you can't parry monsters, so I roll sometimes. Yeah, mostly against you. A lot of the people you can just like cut through. I don't have the combat on super difficult. Oh, is it not open at night? Oh, I'm at the side entrance? Oh, I probably am.
I'll never come back, you stinking stagges. All we wanted was... Don't give a flying. Next time I'll rip your fucking legs off and shove them up your ass till you've toes for teeth.
It's a good threat, chat. Enemy list, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the channel. I appreciate it.
Get out in the nick of time, as always.
Zoltan, with your boot to someone's ass, as always. Who were those men?
Local colour. I wasn't gone more than a moment. Long enough for them to turn our home into
Hey,
theirs.
JRB, thanks for the raid. Hope you had a good stream today.
All right, time for some spring cleaning. I've got to boot them all out. Care to join me?
With pleasure.
Spidey Freak, thanks for the follow.
Oh, not another drubbing. We're leaving.
Rumble time!
Look at that, we dodged. See, I can dodge on occasion.
Too late to surrender.
Reminds me of a piece of...
Yeah, almost like we never left Bergen.
That's it, you're in for it. I'm pleased. That went well. Now we can greet each other like the gods ordained.
Hey, Steerbeam.
Ages, pal.
Hey, Zoltan. You look good.
Training plenty lately. What with the war on, no Mahakaman meat to be found, but Redanian lagers standing in just fine. You, though, you've withered a bit. Something worrying you?
It's about Ciri. I know she came to Novigrad. Might still be here.
You mean she's come back? I'll be damned. I wonder if I'd recognize her. How many years is it now? 6, 7?
His nose looks like it's been broken a couple times.
What'd she be doing here?
Hiding, probably. She might be in danger.
See her in your dreams?
Couple times. Her and the Wild Hunt.
Oh, not good.
Not at all, but I know she came here and contacted Dandelion.
We've a wee problem then.
Where's Dandelion?
I'd like to know that myself. Maybe he could explain what the hell's going on. Or just barely returned, as you saw. Expecting to come home to a hot like a boar and some cold ale. What do you find instead? A shite storm. Dandelion gone, the tavern chock full of bums. Have no clue what happened.
Let's look around. Might find something that'll put us on his trail.
Prime idea.
The explosion must have been the
Start
past.
ground floor.
The Dream Lady mentioned that we sometimes see the past and not the future or present. Get our 20 minutes of healing going.
Aha! A note from a grateful muse.
From the finest vineyards, every last one.
No one knows the fruit of the vine like Dandelion.
So they were squatters. Obviously, the brothel wasn't active, chat. Which is good. I wouldn't want to offend anybody's sensibility by walking into an active brothel. There's something on the floor behind us at the base of the stairs. Did I miss something? No? Doesn't look like it. At my feet. Oh, there's a ladle over here. Loot. Whatever you call it.
This the loot he got from the elves of Dol Blathanna.
Aye. Must have been in a great rush to leave it behind.
Think I see anything else red down here? Oh.
10 barrels of Toussaint Dry, 5 cases of sodden triple mead. Nothing here.
No, that's exactly what we're looking for. It's his planner.
Dandelion and planning, good one. Besides, anything he wrote here probably had a special system. Chaos only he could ever decipher. Actually, in the past, sometimes not even that.
Give him a chance. Might not be that bad. Seems when he inherited this fine establishment, it came with some fine responsibilities. Bookkeeping among them. He also made a habit of noting down the times of his meetings, official and private. So, who'd he been seeing of late? Here it is. Seems he's only been meeting women of late, the dog.
Zoltan, please. You really want to track down the women Dandelion's been wooing? Most likely all angry women by now.
Got any better ideas? Besides, Dandelion's a babbler. They're sure to know something of his doings. We should divide these somehow.
If only they had spreadsheets. These are the OG spreadsheets, Big Up Monster.
I'll ask the lassies in my half, you interrogate the ones in yours. Such you?
Zoltan, wait. This is in verse.
And you figure that's unnatural because?
Wonderful. Meet me back here when you're done. Share our findings.
Right you are. Need to do a wee bit of tidying before I go. Cannot stomach the idea of coming back to this mess. And you'd be wise to read your bit before you scurry off. If you need anything, I'll be next door.
Read Dandelion's planner. Rose of Attre, like a rose abashed of its crimson hue, fair Rose would sink into humor's blue. She shunned her lessons in civility to swing her dwarf with agility. A charming garden enclosed villa, Gildorf. Molly, though she knows the touch of silken lace, she shuns not straw when gripped in lust's embrace. Gildorf, villa next to the morgue. Vespola, though timid in looks, no adventure did skip her. My heart melts when she asks, ever had a big dipper. Far corners, laundry near the mouth of Pontar. Maribella, though her cries are divine when behind closed doors, standing on stage, her squawks are drowned by snores. Ilahel, a figure most rare, her natural duel, look deep in her eyes or be made a fool. Things I learned from video games: never read the notes in brothels. Well, we have directions to where we're going. Let's take a peek at the map. So there's one here, and then 3 up that way.
I will get you every last copper, with interest. Give me a week, please.
Horson's no banker. He's an honest man. You pay on time, you get protection. You don't pay...
Help!
What you hollering for, stupid wench? What are you hoping for? A knight in shining armour?
Close enough.
Keep out of this, greyhead, not your concern.
Go. Now.
Now listen. You might have 2 swords, but there's 4 of us.
Yeah. 4 men collecting tribute from 1 washerwoman. Don't think I have much to fear.
Best think again.
And hey, if I kill them, she doesn't have anything to worry about later, chat. Come get some.
Covered in blood, all of it. So much work.
The combat here is great.
No need to thank me. It was nothing.
Sorry. Don't
They attacked first, chat.
Everything I had. I just lost.
Don't know if you remember. We've met.
I don't... Wait, I know you. You're that witcher I near clobbered with a vase when... Well...
When you kicked Dandelion out. Through the balcony. Actually, he's the reason I'm here. Know where he is?
Probably out whoring. That horse pheasant. That lying scoundrel.
Ouch. What did he do to get your goat?
Same thing as ever. Prize bullshitter came back, saying it was till death do we part this time. And no more than a week passed before I spotted him in Harbourside, strolling with some trollop on his arm. 'Twas the last straw. All those questions about the washerwomen at the bathhouse, then this. I beat him black and blue and threw him out on his ear.
This woman he was with in the harbor. Who was she?
Claimed she was his niece from Covere. Horvere, more likely. Corset so tight her eyes were popping out her head. His too, come to think of it. An artist or a whore. Doesn't much matter as they're one in the same.
Dandelion ask you about other washerwomen? Not terribly subtle even for him.
Maybe he likes some sudsy.
Maybe. But what did he ask about, exactly?
Oh, this and that, really. What's it like at the bathhouse? Have I got any friends there? What are their working hours? I don't know. Maybe he's looking to hire one for his tavern. Maybe I got all in a huff for no reason.
They ever explain what happened to all the other Witchers? They don't, at least not so far, Animal List. I imagine it's just difficult to get more of them, though, or maybe they stopped trying to make them.
Thanks for your help.
Is there Vorthos Ghost Stalker on what happened to them?
When I find Dandelion, anything I should tell him?
No. I mean, tell him he's a two-faced snake, but it would be nice if he dropped by.
Beaver, bugger me.
Everybody's skimpy. If you are on, folk don't spend coin on their clothes.
That's fool talk. War or no war, the rich are always fond of finery.
And why are they not giving me anything to sew?
'Cause new fashions have come out, where yours looks so shines.
Good grief. They put wrappings read.
Yeah, the process kills most of the applicant. Largely, you're right. Karen Moore being somewhat destroyed has made them really hard to train more, and the world has disliked them for a while. Yeah. I gotta imagine it's hard to get volunteers, too, for something that's very likely to kill you, even if it makes you stronger. And, like, you're likely to die makes you stronger, but then people hate you, so, like... Seems like pretty medium upside.
That reptile gaze of yours don't scare me.
Welcome, welcome. Do come in.
I'm a friend of Dandelion's, looking for Elial.
You've come to the right spot. How might I be of service? Need something shortened? Patch your trousers, darn your socks.
You, Elial?
Yes? Now pick your jaw up off the floor.
Sorry, I thought Elial was one of Dandelion's girlfriends.
Oh, so it's that. Wait here. Any better?
So you're...
Elial.
Did you and Dandelion... how did you two meet?
I met him one night in a tavern. He was blind drunk.
Have I played any of the Dark Souls games? I have not. I'm not a big fan of games that are punishing as a feature.
Don't think I want to know what happened next.
Oh, stop. He wasn't so drunk as not to figure it out. Besides, men don't interest me. I told him that from the start. Luckily, Dandelion's an open-minded fellow. We had a lovely evening. He became a loyal customer afterwards.
Dandelion visit your shop often?
I tried many times to talk him into a decent doublet. Sadly, he'd only come in to get a button reaffixed or a hole patched.
When did you last see him?
Some time ago. He brought in one of Zoltan's jerkins, insisted I sew on an extra pocket. Odd as requests go, I had the distinct feeling he'd actually come to talk.
Bloodborne is in the queue.
What did you and Dandelion talk about? He asked about anything in particular?
Let me think. Had an ordinary chat, really. Although, indeed, he did keep asking about Kalkstein. If Dandelion and I hadn't laid our cards on the table at the start, I might have suspected he had a history with the alchemist. He spoke like a lovesick beau. In fact, he desperately wished to meet with him.
Kalkstein's in Novigrad? Wouldn't mind seeing him myself.
You're too late, I fear. The witch hunters nabbed him recently, burned him at the stake in Hierarch Square. But as he perished, the goings-on impressive. Fiery beasts circled his pyre, then rose into the sky and exploded to form letters.
Really? What did they spell?
Radovid sucks flaccid cock.
Thanks for your help. Nice to meet you.
I can help with much more. If you need new trousers or a vest, you know where to find me.
The instance in this game. I like that you collect experiences for like randomly talking to people too as you do quests. It's not just all combat based experience. It's a nice system. The other three were all up near each other, it looked like.
Best deal around. One for the price of two.
One for the price of two. Screamin' deal, chat. Black Friday special.
Eternal fire, deliver us from all evil in body and soul.
Ah, the eternal fire.
Washed your hair lately? Miserable and hungry.
Or well, I can see why they're poor, chat. That's a lot of children.
I'm looking for Maribella.
I am she. Wait outside. Class is in session.
Oh, it's a school.
I'll wait.
It won't take long. It turns out he'll not come off.
We're in for rain.
A rat bit him, and he's caught a fever.
Because he can swallow salt. Can you?
Will he die? Don't die from rats, stupid. Yes, you do. Just the other day I saw a witch hunter tell a man, you rat, and then he killed him.
Hey, howdy Voodoo. Yeah, it's my first time playing through it. It's been fun. We're about this is our 5th day, so we're like 12 hours in or so at this point.
Like as not. How do you know? Mum says that if he but catches a cough.
Now can we talk?
Yes. What do you want?
I know you saw Dandelion recently.
Oh, yes. Longest afternoon of my life.
He read you his poems?
No. He perused the illustrated guide to fungi.
Maybe... No. Won't even try to guess why he wanted to do that.
Mold. That was his interest. When his hand abandoned my knee to point at a figure of penicillium, I knew the fire between us had died. Permanently.
She's so sad.
See, Dandelion?
This does have the expansions included.
No. I even considered granting him another chance. His heart of hearts is pure gold. He simply needs a bit more discipline in his life. But he never came back to see me. So I thought if it's done, it's done.
Hey, thanks for the bits, 30 digits. I appreciate it.
Thanks for your help. Farewell.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me, Voodoo.
You know how to disembowel a man.
Arms red, please. Good Hey, not like that. Draw it out more.
That's why it was telling me to go around. Got it.
What difference will it make? Oh, youth these days. Hair-brained, all of them.
Gonna be a butcher when I grow up.
Come closer. Don't be shy.
Where you stand.
You'll find I've everything.
Yeah, I'm expecting to spend a couple months on this one, Lord Eagle. We're gonna play it. Wait, is where I was before? Oh, is it up and over? Oh, it's up the stairs and over. Got it. Yeah, we're gonna play 2 to 3 nights a week for the next couple of months while we play through. While I'm still enjoying it. Story's been good. Combat's reasonable. Oh, hey, I noticed. Haunted house. I seek a witcher of unsullied representation who will undertake the task of combing the residents and outskirts of the city by the unsigned in order to find and kill the creature which is haunting it. Yeah, a lot of people said the DLC is the same quality as the main game.
This Baronet's La Valette's villa.
Shouldn't interest you. The Baroness don't mingle with just anyone.
Don't worry. I'm here to see your chambermaid, Molly.
Out of the way. Baroness is riding now. Be gone.
Hey, Johnson. Thanks for the 2/3 year. I really appreciate the prime. Welcome back.
Doorstep. Surely this is no chance encounter.
Greetings, Baroness. Greetings, General. You're right. I'm here for a reason.
There's no mistaking you. But for etiquette's sake, Mary Louisa La Valette, an Imperial General and a Witcher meet. And know each other. Surprising.
We've met before.
And how? Imagine this, Louisa. The Emperor desired a chat with the Witcher. I, too, was fortunate enough to meet him then.
So Geralt of Rivia now works for Emperor Emir. Interesting. Has Var Emry sent you to rid Novigrad of monsters?
Looking for a girl named Molly. Heard she works here.
My maidservant. I'm afraid she's currently at the home of my dear friend Patricia Vegelbud.
Perhaps Geralt could accompany us. He could speak with Molly at the races.
Is that something you'd consider, Witcher? Care to partake of some sophisticated diversion?
Well, if Molly will be there.
On our way, then.
We're going to the races, chat. That's exciting. Well, to be fair, they probably see us as similar to the monsters we protect them from. There's also that element of racism, like they dislike them because they're different than them, I assume. As well as, like, we're basically mercenaries too. Most Witchers are essentially mercenaries. They're just doing a job that they're paid for.
We've arrived.
My father owned a similar estate in Bruges. As a young girl, I'd travel there often to ride.
Shall we look at the horses? Do you like horses, Geralt?
I guess so. Called every horse I've had Roach.
The grey mare is Cantarella, sired by Cahir, the champion from Vol.
Grey's a nice color. For horses, too.
My coin's on the black stallion, Nemrod, purest Nilfgaardian stock.
Surprised he didn't salute you, General. Is Molly a horse?
Pardon?
I did come here to see Molly, after all.
Patience, Witcher. She ought to arrive soon. I asked Molly to join us as soon as she was done with her chores. She shouldn't be long now.
All depends what you asked her to do, milady. But I don't really have a choice. I'll wait. Seem to know your horses.
No is not the word. Morvran's a true expert.
I find them to be far more honest than men. Must say, I'm curious how you manage in the saddle, Witcher.
Mostly just try to stay in it.
What would you say to a little race?
Not what I came here for.
Don't make me beg, Witcher. Tell you what, win, and I shall give you my finest saddle. Made in Nilfgaard proper of beautifully tanned leather.
I'd rather resolve what I have to with Molly.
Very well. I shan't insist. The attractive one, that's Molly. Speak to her. The Baroness and I will place our wages. You can then ride back to Novigrad with us, if you wish.
I'm Molly, my lord. Wish to see me?
Call me Geralt.
Geralt! That Geralt! The one Dandelion's rescued time and time again!
Lore-wise, there are a lot of stretchy things involved in the whole Witcher ordeal. Law of surprise, for example, Witchers are sterile, so in order to get new Witchers, they have to take children, and only about 3/10 of them survive. Yeah, it's a very low percentage that survive what they put them through.
Wouldn't be here if not for Dandelion.
Told me all about your adventures. How he'd ready you for battle with his songs. How he tamed the Karen by playing his lute.
I meant that literally. Dandelion's why I'm here. Came to ask you about him. Know where he might be?
No. Sadly, I haven't got a clue. We've not seen each other in ages. The Baroness don't approve of our acquaintance. Says Dandelion's a good-for-nothing layabout. Can you imagine?
Believe we can, in fact.
Or maybe his sister could help you. Such a nice girl.
You do realize Dandelion doesn't have a sister?
Sure he does. Saw him himself. Funny, she don't look like him at all. Blonde, for starters. Maybe they've different fathers.
Mm-hmm. Different mothers, too.
Maybe. But you can see he cares for her. Looks after her. The way he carried her packages and...
Know where I can find her, Dandelion's sister?
I know.
Molly's
Whenever
not very
I asked
bright, Chad.
Dandelion when we visit her, he'd grow all quiet and then change the subject.
Any chance you remember your last conversation with Dandelion?
Of course. He came to borrow some coin for a barge.
What? Why do you need a barge?
To take me on a romantic cruise of the canals by the light of the moon. Said there'd be strawberries and that wine with the bubbles, and he'd sing me arias. But I've not seen him since.
Questions are perfectly fine, Anime. That's why the chat's there.
Thanks, Molly.
Wait, before you go, I've got a request. Dandelion told me once he'd show me his etchings, but he never did. I'd so like to see them.
Won't be too hard to convince him. He loves showing off those etchings to anyone he can.
Oh, that's wonderful! Thanks, and good luck to you on your search.
Yeah, I think the signs are a standard. When we did the training at the very start, it felt like we were both using similar things, I believe. I'm pretty sure they're standardized.
Ah, Geralt, there you are. Shall we return together?
Gladly. It's a long way to Novigrad. Road ought to seem shorter with some company.
I'd say the same. Well then, let's go.
Ciri's powers... Ciri's not a witcher. Ciri has something called Elder Blood, which I'm not fully understanding exactly what that is. If someone in chat knows the backstory on that.
And here we are. Thank you for your company.
Likewise. See ya.
How can he have a daughter? Oh yeah, she's not a witcher. You actually play as her character a little bit, and she has completely different powers. Yeah, she's not a witcher. If he's sterile, how can he... She's not actually... She's like his adopted daughter.
I chased the pansy all the way to the garden.
What, did you catch him?
No, no. Driving in slippery, the bugger was quick as a tomcat. Scrambled out the hole in the back wall. What do you want?
Want to see Rosa of Attre?
Oh, mate, if you only knew what I want. Miss Rosa don't see just anybody.
I'm Geralt of Rivia, a witcher.
Soon as Miss Rosa turns into a striker, I'm sure her papa will send for you. But she's not showing any symptoms yet, so I venture you're not needed. On your way now.
Rude. Right, I'm gonna run to the restroom really quick. BRB. Oh. Adopted in the sense that he took her from her parents as the law of surprise is payment for saving them. I remember vaguely something about the law of surprise from the TV series. Is there a different... Find a way in. Alright.
So, what's it gonna be?
I believe it's like some kind of like surprise payment. Go around the back here. Oh, hey. Dwarven blade. Guardian longsword. Wasn't a total waste walking around the back, at least. Doesn't look like we can Skyrim up the backside here.
You fancy men like me? Whole town's going on about it. So no point playing hard to get, sugar puss.
It's Lady Attre to you. And I'd advise you to sod off, sugar puss, before I report this to Papa.
Sod off. Huh? What about the building next to it?
What?
Hmm. Pancake guy, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Hope you're having a wonderful evening.
Civilization ends.
Frank, we ain't looking for no witcher.
I Amazon Prime to Madman. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to the channel.
Still looking to quit, find another job.
Somehow you become her swordsmanship coach to get in, but I can't remember how that plays out. Yeah, I'm not sure what exactly we're supposed to do here. Look at other quests. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Here's where I'm back. Yeah, I looked and it didn't look like it. There's a pretty steep cliff / drop off on the back. Like we walked around this way. This wall goes all the way around. We heard some dialogue when we jumped up over here, but it doesn't look like that. There's just like a sheer cliff drop off. Kill them and take the key. We're not quite doing a murder hobo playthrough. I wonder if I jump across here. Maybe? This might be good. Ooh, nailed it. Oh, there's a...
Interesting.
My darling Rosa, from the first moment I set eyes on that faithful evening in Vagabonds, my heart has only beaten for you. I can't eat or sleep, and my master threatens to terminate my apprenticeship. I don't know if you remember me. Albert Vagabond introduced us near the roasted table. All right. I killed your household guard so I could break in and teach you swordsmanship. Locked.
are you here? Answer this instant or I'll summon the guards.
Sorry to sneak in, miss. I'm Geralt, a friend of the bard Dandelion.
Geralt of Rivia? The famed witcher of the ballads?
What are you doing here, vagrant? How'd you get in? Well, I let no one in the front, my lady. I swear it on the great sun.
Not a word. I'll handle this. Hold your tongue, sir. This is Frederick Francis de Bergerac, my new swordplay instructor, correct? Show him to the training room. I shall join him shortly.
But my lady's a witcher. Said so himself back by the gates.
Captain, do you truly believe Rosa of Attre would train with random clods calling themselves swordmasters? No. The Var Attres demand the very best. Thus, we've hired a witcher. Take him to the training room, now.
As you say, miss.
It was pleasant watching him being put in his place after how he treated us out front, chat. Yeah. You show me where to go. He's not salty at all.
Won't you realise what you've got yourself into?
Hope so too.
Miss Rosa's got a downright beastly temper. Shows no mercy once she grips a sword.
Grab a wooden one. Take care not to hurt the little miss. You'll earn the ambassador's ire. Follow me.
Should probably equip that, I assume. Oh, does it automatically equip as part of the dialogue, maybe? Probably a quest item. Don't mind me. Had a nice trip.
You're my new instructor. Well, well, Papa clearly went out of his way this time. Wood, to start with. I must know your worth.
I am probably gonna have to practice parrying.
Come on, come closer.
Damn it! Well fought. You're much better than the last one.
I'm not actually your swordplay instructor.
Really? Then who are you? And how on earth did you get in?
Am I imagining things? Didn't we just have this conversation in the garden?
The garden? Yes, yes. In the garden. So, what was it you said? Why are you here?
Does she have a twin, I'm guessing? Are we being parent-trapped, chat?
Before I ask, gotta admit, you do pretty well with a sword. One pointer. Don't expose your left flank when you dodge.
Oh, I know. Terrible habit. Can't seem to get rid of it. I'd hoped to find someone in Novigrad who could help me to do so. But don't you dare try to dazzle me with advice. Already admitted you're not here to give me lessons.
Came to ask about your rhetoric tutor, Dandelion.
Rhetoric tutor? Good one. That is why Papa hired him, but not at all what the bard had in mind. He mostly played his lute and sang for us. I believe he thought he was wooing.
Mean he wasn't? But you had some sort of...
She said us.
If you call him chasing after me a relationship. Even so, there was nothing between us. Seems my sisters had a bit of fun at our expense. But enough chatter. Stand and fight. I demand a rematch.
Not good.
Why bother with 2 swords when you can barely handle one?
Why bother with 2 swords when you can barely handle one? Rude. Come on. Come on.
Why bother with 2 swords when you can barely handle one?
Damn it.
Isn't this fight gonna stop, or is she gonna make me put her down?
Damn it! Well, if you're not an instructor, you should certainly be one. Fancy giving me a few private lessons?
Sorry, gotta say no. Schedule's packed just now.
As you wish. What are you 2 lovebirds whispering about? You asked about my relationship with Dandelion? Well, here's the mix-up's mastermind. Edna var Attre, the greatest mischief maker north or south of the Yaruga.
Hang on. So it was you in the garden?
Of course it was me. Why, did Rosa try to play you for a fool?
It's really good, Cynical. This is our 5th night. We're about a dozen hours in.
Don't
It's been fun.
We've done this since we were children. People have always mistaken us for one another.
Take it Dandelion did too.
On occasion, yes. But then Rosa would quickly set him straight. If you'd shut your catty mouth for a moment, dear little sister, I could explain. Edna sent Dandelion some love letters. She signed my name. Conceited as he is, naturally he fell for it. I was left to repel the aging bard's advances. Rosa, I had the best of intentions, you know that. I felt you needed help taking the first step. You blushed every time he sang a ballad. He'll next sing at your funeral if you don't stop it right now.
I purchased this a few months ago. I was laid off and finally finished it. Yeah.
Calm down, ladies. No poet's worth 2 sisters nipping at each other's throats.
Especially not this one.
Listen, I just want to know one thing. Either of you seen Dandelion lately?
Edna might have. I certainly have not. My dear sister, I would never spend time alone with a man for whom you burn with a secret passion. Burn with passion? For one who incessantly praises another woman's talents? Afraid I've more sense than that.
I think Horizon Zero Dawn was one we played through before this, and that's probably my favorite title that I've played of all time. And I think the one thing Horizon Zero Dawn does a bit better than Witcher is the combat in Zero Dawn's a little bit more satisfying. But I don't think I'd describe the combat in Witcher as bad so much as it's just strictly like not anything special. The way Zero Dawn does component-based combat for fighting the machines is very unique and interesting. It makes the different monsters kind of like puzzles inside of combat. I played the Horizon Zero Dawn PC port start to finish. It's up on my YouTube. If you have a computer that can run it, it's fine. Yeah, I have a 2080 Super, so depending on like what your system is, it may or may not run well, but like my 2080 Super plays it on high settings just fine. So if you have a 2000 series graphics card, probably even a 10,000 series graphics card or a 1000 series graphics card is probably fine.
Dandelion act any different lately? Notice anything strange?
Strange? Not really. It's no use, Geralt. She's so enamored, she'd hardly notice if he turned into a werewolf. Edna, what? You needn't pretend he followed convention. Remember when he took us to the cemetery?
Rhetoric lessons in a cemetery. Unusual even for Dandelion.
We set out to visit the graves of celebrated Oxenford professors. He ended up quizzing us about Margrave Henkel.
Who?
Eccentric old coot. Died recently. He'd apparently been an important and generous patron of the arts as a young man.
playing on the PlayStation then instead of the PC? Well, Horizon Zero Dawn I can play it on Ultra, but I could only stream it on Medium because streaming hammers your graphics card a little bit. And I actually prefer playing games like this with a controller anyways. My Horizon Zero Dawn playthrough I did with my what's it called? Nintendo Pro controller completely. This is the PS4 version, Eagle. They're supposed to be releasing a remastered version with graphics improvements for the Xbox X Series and PlayStation 5 at some point. But they haven't done that yet. I am using a capture card. A capture card is how you get the PlayStation, or a capture card takes the output from a console and puts it into your computer. It takes an HDMI output and puts it into the computer.
Who'd Dandelion sing about? Know anything about her?
I believe she's a poetess, or trabaritz. Very skilled and exceptionally talented, of course.
This woman. Not a local, right?
I seem to remember him praising her melodious Kaviri accent. Makes sense. He referred to her as Kalonetta a few times. Bizarre names are common in Kavir.
Gotta ask Zoltan about this Kalonetta. Been a pleasure, but I've got stuff to take care of.
Exceedingly nice to meet you. Please come again. Well, can I expect any more lessons in future?
Sure.
Awfully convincing, miss. Wonder where you learned it. Name the time and place.
House here, tomorrow. Same time as today.
See you then.
See you, Master Witcher.
No HDMI pass-through? Yeah, my capture card has HDMI pass-through on it, but I don't really need, like, I have 3 monitors that I stream from. So, like, it's really not a big deal. I don't want to set up, like, a TV or another screen in here. You don't seem to understand how the streaming setup works, Lord Eagle. So when I was referring to frame rate drop on my computer, it was because I have one computer and I was playing Horizon Zero Dawn on the computer. So I don't have Horizon Zero Dawn on the PlayStation because I started my playthrough of that before I bought the PlayStation. So pass-through doesn't offset any of the rendering. All a capture card does is basically capture it like a monitor output was. A capture card doesn't do any processing. So it's like this processes on the PlayStation, and then instead of sending the output to a monitor, it sends it to my computer. My computer reads it in like a video device. So when you hear people say they have dual PC streaming setups, that's basically what they do. They send the output from their streaming PC or from their gaming PC to their streaming PC. And they output it like mirroring it to a second monitor to the encoding PC that does the video encoding. When I started doing more games like this, I thought about setting up a dual PC setup, but I prefer playing with the controller anyways, and I don't really care about like 4K resolution or 60 FPS. Like Twitch doesn't even support 4K resolution. So I decided to just buy a PlayStation 5 since the next gen consoles were coming out. Buying a PS5 is cheaper than setting up a second gaming PC anyways.
When suddenly up he pops and heals me. A profitable case of leprosy 1 minute, next
Like a new rise teach, you're a bigger rat picker than me.
Yeah, I talked to my partner rep when I built my current PC that I have with the 2080 Super over the summer. And before I bought it, I was like, does Twitch plan to support 4K at any point? And they don't, so I didn't bother investing in a 4K monitor. Hey, good evening. Good evening, Hall. Thanks for dropping in tonight.
Monsieur Zoltan, you old bum. Princess, haven't even
drunk. Ah, you're back. You met Poppy? She ought to start talking any day now.
Zoltan, venture to say a mage would have trouble turning that owl into a parrot.
Sure you know me that well. Mark my words, she'll be playing quint with us in no time. But we were to talk about Dandelion. So, how'd you do? Learn much?
Yeah, I agree, Lord Eagle. A lot of people probably wouldn't benefit from 4K, so they don't really stand to upgrade too much to it. And like people streaming in 4K would put more stress on Twitch's servers. Actually, fun fact: you can stream to Twitch in 4K, and it'll broadcast in 4K. Twitch just doesn't support downscaling to 1080p as a resolution. So if you stream to Twitch in 4K, as a streamer, your resolution options are 4K for source and then 720. So people who want 1080, which is the most common resolution most people watch, I would assume, don't have it as an option. Because that's basically what Twitch doesn't support. Twitch doesn't support downscaling higher resolutions to 1080, like they downscale 1080 to the others. Because on Twitch's backend, like, their servers have to be massive. Like, they take my 1080p video stream and then they downscale it to the other options for everybody watching at home.
Tell me what you've got first.
A few bruises and a torn doublet. Otherwise, not much of note. He wasn't staying with any of them. I'd not seen hide nor hair of him in ages. All I learned was a few of Dandelion's pickup lines. Dubious worth.
Think I might have something better.
What are you waiting for? Let's have at it.
Women on my list hadn't seen Dandelion in a while. All claimed he had been acting strange. Also mentioned he'd been seeing someone else. Thing is, Mystery Woman wasn't on my list.
What's she supposedly like, this lass?
Blonde, from Kovier. A Troberitz, apparently, named Calinetta or something like that.
That makes it clear as crystal. It's Priscilla. Aye. Must be her.
Why wasn't she on the list?
Miss Priscilla wasn't like the others. I think Dandelion more than fancied her. I think it was fervour.
He lusts after every other woman he meets.
How can I explain? Who does Dandelion love most?
Himself.
That's a great line. She's his mirror image.
What can I say? Could be he finally met his match.
She's his match, all right. Maybe more. The laddie's head's on fire. Lassie's got him whirling.
All right. Guess we gotta talk to her.
Priscilla works for the Mummers troupe. Reynard and the Foxen. Whenever they're in town, she performs nightly at the Kingfisher.
Mean we've been sentenced to an evening of poetry?
Must you always? This'll be true poetry, Geralt. You'll see.
We've been sentenced to an evening of poetry. Kingfisher Inn after sundown. We got a second quest for sword trading, right? Fencing lessons. Sure, we can go back and do that. That timing works out too. We go do this at sundown. And we could go to the other one tomorrow. Oh, look, it's a drunk. He even stumbles. Look at that.
Killed me son, lost me wife to dysentery.
Got to bury your loved ones at least.
My wife's mum's an old succubus. Brave my will to live.
The music design's been good in this game so far, to be fair.
Like dung that flows to the sewers, so the worst scum flows. Here crawls a witch. No! The corpse-like visage, the beastly eyes. This is here crawls a
My man carries his pitchfork.
Got the courage to repeat that slander to my face?
Readily.
You are a mutant, a freak, a useless relic of a bygone age that should be burned like a withered branch.
How many people's lives have you saved? From Brooksay, from Leshens?
That has no bearing.
Asked you a question. How many? There's something to think about, folks.
Preacher's fierce in the mouth. Put holler at him and his tail slinks between his legs. Come on, people.
Just get off my back.
Pound sand, dude. Look at that. Breaking up people spreading fun about the Witchers, chat. Oh, look at that truck's on the ground. It's 5 a.m. It's a little bit till sundown. We can just wait, right? Yeah, anime. It's a lot more work to make permutations like that, but they're really well done.
Ah, here already. Come on, let's find some arse rests. Should start soon.
These scars long have yearned for your tender caress, to bind our fortunes. Damn what the stars are. Rend my heart open, then your love profess, a winding, weaving fate to which we both atone. You flee, my dream come the morning. Your scent, berries tart, lilac sweet. To dream of raven locks and twisted, stormy, of violet eyes glistening as you weep. The wolf I will follow into the storm, to find your heart, its passion displaced.
Where's my lighter?
By our ever growing, hardening into stone, amidst the cold to hold you in a heated embrace. You flee, my dream come the morning. Your scent, berries tart, lilac sweet. To dream of raven locks and twisted, stormy, of violet eyes glistening as you weep. I know not if fate would have us live as one, or if by love's blind chance we've been bound. The wish I whispered when it all began, did it forge a love you might never locks and twisted, stormy, of violet eyes, glistening as you weep.
Look at all these hard old men tearing up, chat. Rules for backseating / spoiling. If I get stuck in a part, I'll ask for help. As far as spoiling goes, please don't talk about stuff that I have that's going to be coming up in the game, but it's okay if you want to talk about, like, other permutations of storylines that, like, I chose not to do.
Murdered some Temerian boys back at White Orchard.
Silence, woman. We've come to hear music.
A murderer?
There's a war on. Some die. Oh, please, argue this out elsewhere.
Squabbles and rows again. And I was told this was a decent establishment.
If I know Geralt, he risked his noggin to save someone else's arse.
Save, you say? He murdered folk.
Don't let him provoke you.
There's the door. Settle this outside.
Come. I wish to listen to music. Music!
Cultural capital of the world? The fuck it is.
Permits me...
Oh, that's why she looks her. She was the barkeep in the first tavern we came to. Right, we did mess some people up.
Known also as Calinetta. As lovely as she is talented. And this...
It's Geralt of Rivia, I know. Dandelion's told me a great deal about you, and I've listened with bated breath. Don't be surprised. After all, doubt I could think of a more fitting subject for a ballad than a witch's love for a sorceress. Or should I say, sorceresses.
Seems Dandelion was meticulous in telling my story, down to personal and insignificant details. Did he offer anything about himself, like where he was going?
We did save her, Jeffries.
Splendid. Very funny, truly. So, see you later. Not here. Come with me.
There a reason for all this sneaking around?
An excellent one. When last I saw Dandelion, he told me he was planning a heist. Siggy Reuven's vault.
Sheeped up.
And I've not seen him since.
Reuven. What's he like?
Tall, fat, dangerous as hell.
Limp in his gait. Left leg.
Sounds like a lame rock troll.
If trolls were devilishly intelligent and had a flair for crime, yeah, I'd agree.
Dandelion breaking into a vault. I'd sooner expect him to choose a life of celibacy.
True. Forgot to pay for his way into Passaflora once. Laid awake the next 3 nights worrying about it.
Any idea what got into him? He have debts he needed to pay off?
Claimed he was helping someone. Urgent matter that couldn't wait, he said.
This someone, Dandelion mentioned their name?
No. But if I know Dandelion, it's her name he failed to mention. As he failed to mention her slender waist and ample bosom.
Well, she knows him.
Attempted heist was a failure.
Well, he's not driven up in a gilded carriage laden with jewels, so I should think so. I've asked after him everywhere, but it seems an army of tongue-stealing cats has overrun the city. I learned only that he raised a ruckus at Horson Jr.'s lair. Then Horson's men chased him all over town.
Horson Jr. Doesn't ring a bell.
Biggest prick in Novigrad. Not literally, but...
Got it. You're not a fan. But what did he do to you?
Try the whole town. He's one of 4 bosses who control the city's underworld. The others being Siggy Reuven, Carlo the Cleaver Varese, and the King of Beggars.
The rascal. At least they didn't cross the church as well. Bring that venerable institution into it. We'd be in deep then.
Here I go again, rushing to Dandelion's rescue. He ought to pay me a salary.
Wherever he is,
I sincerely doubt he's in the mood for jokes. Nor am I, in fact.
Relax. I'll get him out of this. Gotta talk to this Whoreson first. And Siggy Reuven. Know where I might find them?
I don't know about Whoreson, but Reuven runs a bathhouse. Careful, though. He's a dangerous character.
So am I.
I don't doubt it. But Dandelion's not. I beg you to hurry. Let me know as soon as you learn anything.
Well, there's bugger all to do here. Heading back to the Rosemary. Got Poppy.
I played Witcher 2. I have not, Lord Eagle. This is my first time really dipping into the franchise. I watched the Netflix bit, but I'm told that that's like prologues to everything. It'll be interesting to see how much they want to. If that was just a prologue.
I was seeking to get you drunk, madame.
Ow! Don't touch me.
It's pre-Richer 1. Okay. Probably have a lot of content to work through then for that if they want to do lots of story with it. Might do some of those later. I'm just grabbing all of the postings for now because sometimes you grab quests that we want to do.
Anybody there? Open up.
Hey, Elephant Gaming, thank you for the 20 months of Prime. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Thanks for keeping me around. Hope you're staying safe out there.
What's the fuss? The bathhouse is closed.
Need to talk to the owner. I know he's here.
I'm not sure that matters, as he's terribly busy.
Busy? With what?
Entertaining important guests.
In that case, tell him there's another one at the door. Geralt of Rivia. And I'm not leaving till I see him.
Very well, I shall try. Please wait.
Siggy Reuven cordially invites you to join him. I'm happy. The meeting is in the baths. We will pass through the dressing room so you can leave your clothes.
Let's go.
You made this robe here. Your equipment will be safe.
I think we're almost more intimidating in Ital chat.
Siggy Reuven awaits in the next room.
Get all of our scars.
Hey, Whitehead. Nice bun you have.
You were right. He doesn't blush.
Then order them to shove it up the corpse's arse. And then he sent the body back.
Jesus is bigger. He's hung like a horse.
Where was the titty warding my eyes? You'll survive.
Dead man. I'll have my scribe send you a notice.
You don't have a scribe. And we'll eliminate Junior when, and only when, all of us say aye.
Hey, it's the King Beggar, chat.
Reuven, your guest.
Why the fuck you let him in here? Because I want to talk to him. This is Geralt of Rivia.
Good to see you again.
As always, I'm out of the swiving loop. Who the fuck are you?
I'm a witcher.
Problems with your plumbing? Nah, it's under control. Geralt's a friend from the old days. Although...
Got intruders. Someone just snuck inside the bathhouse. Several men.
What the fuck's he on about? Plowing fortune teller?
Assassins!
Bloody hell. I fucking knew it.
Any weapons tucked away?
Just a few.
First ever party with my prick hanging out.
Shit, you don't gotta block.
We need one alive.
Cabal's too handsome to be Geralt. Ah, you can scar him up.
Terribly sorry for that incident. My security failed. I'll get to the bottom of who, why, and how.
They were whoreson scum. That's the bottom of who and how right there.
Don't start that again. Especially not in front of our guest.
Who pranced in right before they attacked. Coincidence? Why do I doubt it?
Let's give him a chance to explain.
I'm looking for Whoreson Jr.
Interesting.
What do you want with him?
Junior's gonna help me find someone.
Whoreson's not helped a soul in all his miserable life.
I'll ask him nicely.
See, Cleaver? Perhaps if you'd not called Junior an uncle fucker and asked him nicely, he'd have showed up today.
Gentlemen, you out of your fucking minds? A chat session? Whoreson's out to get us, and he'll succeed eventually. We've got to kill him first. So by all means, you sit here, soak, fart, and watch the bubbles rise, while I send my boys to Whoreson's hidey holes. They'll make some noise, flush the bugger out. And you, geriatric, or whatever your ploughing name is, want to find Whoreson? Find me first.
Geriatric. Wow.
Any clue on Junior's whereabouts? Be grateful for any lead.
Siggy? It's worth a try. Geralt's got a knack for finding people, and he's discreet, a value in itself.
Leave you to it then.
I'll look in on you tomorrow, Francis. Finish our talk.
So how about we get dressed?
Sure. Then we'll talk. In private. Right mess that was. Never thought I'd be glad to see the man responsible for my taking frequent baths.
If you're any cleaner for it, gotta say it was worth breaking your ankle.
It healed poorly. Can you believe it? I must soak it in hot water at least 6 times a day now. Failing that, it bloody pounds like the bells of Beauclair at dawn.
Sorry to hear that.
You're sorry? Well, consider it resolved then. Now, mind showing some added compassion could mean a miraculous recovery to me.
Listen, Reuven. No, Dijkstra. Just not in the mood for your code names, passwords, and other bullshit. I'm here on specific business. If you want to listen, listen. If not, I'd rather you spared me your wit and threw me out now.
What's the harm? Talk.
Think Cleaver will find Whoreson?
He might not. But he'll burn down half the city trying. What waste. Leave him to it, I say. Work alone.
Any ideas?
Junior's got areas of the city where he's strong. Penetrate them, look around. But be discreet. None of this speed and
He does have a lot of
swinging your
frenemies.
steel cock about.
As a frenemy from the earlier games. Okay. He did say we broke his ankle, so...
Your partner's aware of your past? They know you're Sigismund Dijkstra, former head of Redanian intelligence?
Cleaver, Bedlam and Junior. Well, I'd call them my partners if we'd built a mill to grind flour for the folk of nearby hamlets. But we just need to stay out of each other's ways, agree from time to time. That doesn't make us partners. Do they know who I am? Was. Bedlam, sure. The others most likely suspect. But we just don't talk about it. No need to.
Makes sense to ask around, I guess. Junior might be in hiding, but he's got to be collecting income. Couldn't afford to cut himself off.
Gambling. That's his big earner. Junior controls the largest casino in town. I'll never forget. Hierarch Hemmelfart raised all kinds of hallowed hell there once. Bug a bet and lost his ruby ring. Then there's the arena in the city's bowels. Betting scheme generates near as much as the casino. They're always looking for hired muscle there. Suppose you could always search Horson's house, though I doubt you'll find him there. Maybe some clue, though.
Different directions we can take here. I know you have a schedule, but any reason you didn't want to commentate the LOR tournament? Yeah, if there was like a full spectator mode, Carlster, or there was someone like doing full spectator, I wouldn't mind doing over commentary, but I find like just recasting one perspective of a player's game not particularly interesting or stimulating content. If I'm gonna see a game from one perspective, I'd much rather just like be playing it myself. Like the coverage or whatever is going on today, they didn't... I haven't looked at it because we've been playing Witcher, but I assume the Giant Slayer, they're just recasting other people's streams, right? They don't have spectator mode hashed out for that yet? And they're just looking at it from one perspective, I believe. Yeah, I don't find that particularly great content. It's like fine, but it's not like, I don't think it's like markedly better than me just like playing games on the ladder with Bruce.
Arena sounds promising. Where's that?
Sewers beneath Gildorf, but you'll have to enter through the bits, endure the stench of poverty on the way. Now, Junior loves a good fight. Wager he'd give a lot to see a real Witcher in action.
Where's Junior's casino?
Near the Temple Watch Towers. Horson's got naught to do with the casino officially, so careful what you say. Try not to arouse any suspicions.
I wouldn't be surprised if they, like, translated that into modern speak for our sake. I'm sure they didn't call it intelligence back then, but they effectively did something similar to what intelligence is today for governments.
Mentioned Horson's got a house. Where is it?
Solid townhouse on Temple Isle, just on the other side of the bridge. Wouldn't wager me knickers on finding him there. Junior's not that stupid.
See if I can't find Horson at the casino or the arena. Might talk to Cleaver as well, though.
Do what you will. Just be cautious. Horson's expecting payback, I've no doubt.
Thanks for your help, Dijkstra.
Yep. Having people in other places
and if you can't
that you
find
care
the
about is very,
slimy
very old.
bastard, come and see me. I know him well. Might figure something out.
Listen, Dandelion's missing. Any idea what might have happened to him?
Same thing that happens to anyone who steps on Junior's toes.
Meaning?
He's surrounded by splendid virgins who ply him with sparkling wine and pastries stuffed with nightingales' tongues. Come, Geralt, what do you think's happened to him? I reckon he's at the bottom of the Pontar, trussed up with the strings of his own mandolin.
Loot.
Far as I'm concerned, he might as well be rotting down there with a goddamn trombone.
You wouldn't happen to have a bone to pick with Dandelion, would you?
Of course I do.
You serious?
Dead serious. Dandelion published a sonnet recently. Second stanza, the shit uses paired couplets instead of an inserted rhyme. Surely you understand how deeply offended the poetry lover in me was. Bastard shan't get away with it.
I was being serious.
As am I when I say I have exactly no time to worry about your gigolo boyfriend. Got my own problems. Problems you might be able to help me with. And if you did, why then I might be inclined to ask after Dandelion, establish what happened to him.
I'll get paid on top of that, right?
Nothing for free, eh? Did you bargain this hard when Emma wanted to hire you?
No idea what you're talking about.
You are the worst liar I have ever known. Glad I don't need you to win a poker game for me. But we've chatted enough. Yeah, I'll pay you. Count on it. So, can I count on you?
We are perpetually strapped for cash,
Maybe
Jet.
I can help. What do you need?
I'd rather show than tell. Picture's worth 1,000 words and all that tribe. Ah, and you do realise, if you say anything about what you see here to anyone, it'll mean a razor between your ribs.
Figured as much.
Excellent. One last request. Oh, let's call it what it is. A command. Don't draw your sword unless I ask you to.
That doesn't sound... This is very fancy, Jet.
Be so kind as to follow me.
Sure. We'll just rub in the face that our ankle's not broken. Man, he's got like a whole...
Bart, not again.
He's got like a whole dungeon set up down here.
Bart, stop that. Now.
Bart, mad. Bart makes Ziggy lose, Jonathan.
Beating your head against the wall won't change that.
Bart, her. Bart, less thinky. Bart, less thinky. Bart, sadler.
Where'd you get the troll?
From Zerrikania. Won him. Card game with a camel merchant.
Your jokes are getting better by the minute.
See me smiling? I'm dead serious.
But I bumpy horses. What's there? Siggy but take. Good Siggy.
Don't seem to have trouble communicating with the troll. Why'd you bring me down here?
Take note of that hole. We'll come back to it later. And see that door? Vault behind it, until recently filled with Novigrad crowns and countless other valuables.
But God, then boom! Jorfun go!
Translating into common, someone fucking made off with nearly 20 tons of my gold, and all the lighter stuff. And you will help me get it back.
Fine. I'll help you.
You're not exactly bursting with enthusiasm.
Witcher mutations. They strip us of emotion. I'd be jumping for joy otherwise. All right. Ought to look around. But first, some questions.
I'm all ears.
Anyone see what happened?
Other than Bart? No. And the vault's location is known only to the treasure's co-owners. Well, and the thieves.
What about upstairs? Anything unusual happen in the bathhouse the day of the break-in?
No. Happen swears it was calm as ever. The usual customers, no incidents. Bloody bucolic.
How much was it all worth? Got an approximate idea?
Why the fuck do you care? Figuring your finder's fee. Don't get your hopes up.
Know you too well for that. Just prefer to know what I'm looking for.
3 crates of Nilfgaardian florins, a chest of emeralds, rubies and topazes, silver candlesticks and platters. I could go on.
Shiny, careful. Oh, God.
The troll is so sad he lost the stuff, chat.
Take it the thieves got in through the hole behind you.
You're a regular fucking master sleuth. Any other brilliant deductions you want confirmed? The year, maybe? Bloody name of Redania's king?
No, but I am wondering, for instance, how that hole got there.
Oh, no. Boom. Hole. Bad look won't go. Bad look, no. Only sleep. Bad shrooms. Head falls.
Bad mushrooms? What's that about?
Pop's mold. The spores are highly toxic. One whiff and you're dead. Unless you're a troll, that is.
Yes. Bad troll.
Not talking to you, dimwit. Where was I? Ah, mold spores. They cover the walls of the sewers other side of the vault. Actually thought it was a good thing, you know? A bit of extra protection. Thieves found a way through it.
Bart, you see them?
Bad through hole. Once see boom. Got what? Breathe. Shroom. Sleep go. Your phone gone. Bad troll.
Now. Stiff up a lip.
Boom.
Poor troll.
Can you elaborate?
Boom.
That's about what I was expecting.
Big. This like.
I'll elaborate. Explosion. Big enough to blow that fucking hole in the wall, separating the vault from the sewers.
Gotten pretty good at communicating with this troll.
Lots of prior experience. Worked with idiots my whole life.
Try to track down the thief yourself?
Of course. Hired this lummox Fons, thick enough not to ask questions. We knocked back some Pop's antidote and entered the sewers. Soon after, I returned alone.
What happened?
Lad started belching something horrendous. I mean, burps with so much mass the walls shook. Told him, Fons, stop. You're in the presence of a count. Well, former count, but still. And then he puked up. Up came most of the antidote. Lost his protection. Tried to pull him out. Then I heard a bubbling. Something crawled out of the water. I value the lives of my men, I do. But I value my own even more. Dropped Fons and ran like hell.
That's funny that the card game takes voice lines from here. That makes sense. Might as well reuse their audio.
Mind describing this something that crawled out of the water?
No. Doesn't mean I can, though. Air in the sewer's thick with spores. Can hardly see a thing down there.
Must have noticed something. Was it...
No! Didn't notice a fucking thing. Didn't do a taxonomic field analysis either. I know it's an inconvenience to you, but I felt I should get the hell out of there as fast as I could.
Should look around the sewers. Got any more of that Pop's antidote?
I've a few vials left. Got the formula too. Disgusting swill, to be honest, but it'll save your life. Here.
Thanks.
You've naught to thank me for, literally. You're no good to me if you suffocate. Listen, I'll be upstairs if you need me. Sight of this empty vault's giving me an ulcer. Good luck to you.
Dandelion, what the hell have you gotten yourself into?
This must have been the vault he was breaking into, huh?
held out. Something inside blew it wide open. Wall 2. Bathhouse drain pipes seem to converge here. Bits of pipe clear over here. Must have been one powerful blast. Pipe's great. Explosion crumpled it like a piece of paper. And there's mortar on the bars. So it was in place at the time of the explosion. Blast tore it from the wall. No traces of magic. This was no spell. It was a bomb. Now why am I not finding pieces of it? Could be the current swept them away.
Oh, it already queued up our tonic, didn't it? Pops mold potion. 3 minutes. 5 minutes? 360 seconds? 6 minutes? How many minutes is that, chat? Too many conversions. Grant temporary immunity to Pops mold.
Drowners. Of course. Stench.
We shouldn't spend too much time looting things. We're gonna be on a timer. Yeah, keep the old sword out, I think.
Getting close.
Ow! It's a good thing that that food talent is busted, chat. The old 20-minute heals on the food is real good. Some kind of gallows or something down here? Weird structure in the sewer. We up top was where we needed to be. I missed something in here? Is there a red bit down here that I missed? Yep.
Bottom of a container. Silver cylinder, most likely. Runes etched in the bottom. It's warped, probably by the explosion. Bomb part. Must be. Smells like wyvern oil and caramel. That'd be it down here. Time to see Dijkstra.
For Bart. Oh, hey, there's corpses over here from those idiots we killed earlier, right? Oh, does that mean I'm over encumbered, chat? Carrying capacity hasn't been a thing yet so far. Which means we're full of potential money. Yeah, exactly. We're in a town, so we'll just go sell some stuff. We'll talk with this Darko, we'll sell stuff, then we'll go give our sword lessons.
Got a minute?
I do. What do you want?
Done. Examined every nook of the sewers near your vault.
Well, learn anything?
Seems to me a bomb blew the wall open. Look.
Bottom of a silver cylinder, probably. Covered in runes. Interesting. Any idea what it contained?
Recognized some ingredients by their scent. Wyvern oil and sugar.
Sugar? Geralt, I'm in no mood for jests.
Nor am I. Just saying what I found. Bomb contained sugar.
Let's think. Sugar would react violently with sulfuric acid, but not so violently to cause an explosion.
Didn't know you were versed in alchemy.
Dabbled in it a bit while at Oxenford Academy. But this is no time to reminisce. You're to find my treasure, not write my biography. Know anything else about this bomb? Anything at all?
Drain pipes are only promising lead. We just need to know which pool it's connected to.
Yes. Appen keeps a record of guests. Should be able to tell us who used that pool the day of the break-in. You've not done badly.
Feel honored to be acknowledged.
Oh, that famous sarcasm. I missed it.
Really?
About as much as I'd miss a knife in my knickers.
These two pair well together.
Alright. You inspect the pools on the right, I'll take the ones on the left. Holler if you find anything.
Nothing here. Something floating on the surface. Oil, looks like.
Oh, did we do that? Look for clues to use bathhouse using your Witcher senses. Oh, I think there was something out here on the side, actually. There's a little bit of red.
Silver lid. Matches the cylinder bottom I found in the sewer. Dijkstra, come here.
That's what we're missing.
Got something?
Yeah, bomb part.
Happen. Drain pool 4, and bring me the guest book. Chop chop.
By the way, what about Happen? Could have overheard you mention the vault. Has access to the bathhouse whenever he wants.
Happen has numerous flaws. He's pompous, pretentious, can be a real prick sometimes, ironic as that may sound. But his loyalty's beyond question.
How can you be so sure?
Witchers know their monsters, spies know their men.
You trusted Philippa Eilhart once too.
True. But I didn't pull Philippa Eilhart out of a Kaviri prison the night before her execution.
It's a good way to have someone be loyal.
Let's see what's on the bottom. Grate's been removed from the drain, meaning they flushed the bomb down here.
Happen. Who used this pool the day of the break-in?
Let me see. Bertold Heinz, town councilman, Josef Schweik, brewer, and Margrave Henkel.
Henkel? That's impossible.
Impossible. Why?
Old Coot's been eating dirt since last winter. Couldn't have been here the day of the break-in.
He's dead? I'd not heard.
Not surprising. The Honourable Margrave croaked in a brothel, decked out in leather lingerie, so the family held a hush his funeral. I have my sources.
Yeah, I saw him that fateful day, Mr. Reuven. I'm certain of it.
Did you speak to him? Get a good look at him?
No. He merely passed by on the way in.
So you didn't see Henkel? You saw an impersonator? Think for once. They scooped out your balls, not your brain. And you, Geralt, start looking into this.
Fine. Where should I start?
Henkel's home. Derelict townhouse south of the main square. You might happen on some trace of this scoundrel we're looking for there. Well, off with you.
I love you, chat. That's quite the username. I have 2 points available now. I think I might be able to get second level stuff in magic now. I think we were only 1 off before. One more point for this here. It's a continuous stream of fire that damages nearby enemies. Targeted enemy briefly becomes an ally and deals 20% more damage. Does this work on monsters too, or just humans? I'm gonna upgrade the shield for now. Oh. Oh, I have a new spot for... Got it. Pushing the wrong button. Upgrade. Alright, so our exploding shield's maximized. Let's go sell some crap. I think we're gonna go sell some stuff because we're over encumbered, and then go do the fencing lessons. Maybe we chase down. Where is the merchant from here? Straight south? It's just a short walk, chat. And I ride roads through the middle of the city. It's right there. It'll by the time we call the horse and then mount the horse and then point it in the right direction, I might as well have just walked. Ikono, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the channel this evening. Thanks for dropping in. Welcome to everybody hanging out. Great to see still 160 people in here after playing some Runeterra this morning. If you're new to the channel, I do single-player, story-driven games like this 5 to 6 nights a week. Usually started a little bit earlier than usual today. I also do a lot of turn-based strategy games. We play card games almost every morning. Our strut is great.
Welcome, welcome.
What have you got there?
Does he not buy any of this stuff? That's annoying. Oh, do none of these things have weight? How does the weight work? If these things don't have a number next to the weight, are they weightless? Or is it not that simple? So all these food items are weightless then.
So long.
Know what she drinks in the evening before she retires? Not milk, but blood from a sorcerer's skull. And it's a sorcerer's blood, of course. What a freak.
Top-notch swords.
Show me what you have in stock.
Oh, I see our weight top left. I don't think I'd noticed that before. These items have weight and also cannot be sold. That's annoying. That's plus 33 compared to what we have. That's very good. Let's swap that out. I don't need all of these, right? Witch Hunter Steel Sword. Just jam the bolts. Oh, I forget about the storage chest. Yeah, we should do that at some point. %, damage on critical hit bonuses. This one is plus 2 damage on what we have already, and it's not fully repaired. So let's get our stuff repaired. I think I'm selling this too. Yeah, I'm gonna hold on to that for now. Let me throw that in the stash. Hey, we actually have money, chat. It's exciting. Square repairs all. Well, I mean, if you just want to cheat like that.
So long.
Shortcuts, always trying to work around things. Alright, so this armor even has a socket in it, looks like. Resist piercing, resist bludgeoning, resist slashing. Seems good all around. Igni sign, Axie sign, Quen sign. Quen is the armor sign, right? I think I'm going to keep this other sword as my backup sword. It's only marginally more damage, and it doesn't have all the other random bonuses. I should hold on to this armor. I'll have to put it in the stash. Hey, look, we can run again. So the stash is down over here. I think the fencing lessons were up over this way. Why do you want to hold on to the armor? Do you to like upgrade it or something at some point?
Come closer, don't I'm warning you. You'll find out everything.
Ah!
All right.
Sick of it all.
I feel faint. My head spins.
Looking to enlist with the Temple Guard.
I need a belt set with silver studs. I'll have it for you next week. I was here last week.
The city is so lively. The range on terrain in this game is really, really great. From the city to the swamps.
Greetings. You here for a specific reason?
Got a meeting with Rosa, a fencing lesson.
Geralt of Rivia, yes? Miss Rosa stepped out for a walk. Near Temple Bridge, she said. She asked that you join her.
Guess it's gonna be an interesting lesson. Thanks.
Ow! Should I see that
Wild goose chases. And concentrating on the main missions or just a completion run? Not a completionist run. I'm like doing some miscellaneous side quests that pique my interest, but mostly staying to the main story. I'm making a point to do at least some side quests though, because I don't want to try main story things that recommend being over my level. I think we're only level 12 currently.
Nothing hurts as much as life.
Yeah, definitely not 100%ing. Do more casual playthroughs here than anything. What is everybody screaming about?
I see it in your eyes.
Hear my prayer, grant my plea. Bring my husband back to health.
The random screaming.
I'm knackered.
Bill, save me. I'm dying.
Dandelion. Blackmail me, will you?
Should have stayed in the forest with my unit.
Stand and
At least
fight!
I died with dignity.
You again? Want some more? Bruises on your ass heel already?
On God, I say! Victory will be mine this time. I've practiced with shield and sword. Many a headless scarecrow round here. Heed my warning and stand and fight!
We told this guy we'd kill him next time.
Don't have time to give you another lesson.
'Tis I shall give thee the lesson.
Not too late to surrender.
Critical hit.
Not enough?
Yes, but next time.
Go back to Mate Bilberry and apologize for being an ass. Quick, before I change my mind and break your bones.
We shall meet again.
Did I really gain 25 experience for beating him? Feels like he was worth less than that.
Nilfgaardian regiment always accompany you on your walks?
Always. Papa's orders. It's for your protection, Rosa dear. People here hate us. Why? What have I done to them? But enough about that. Soldier, you may leave.
But His Excellency Ambassador Bar Attre said that...
And
Who is that guy?
this
Random guy who's challenged us to fight before.
Do you not recognize him? This is Geralt of Rivia, the best swordsman the North has ever seen. I'm safe with him. Now march off, quickly. Left, right, left, right. Finally. Let's go, Geralt. I've something I wish to show you.
You're using me. Don't like it one bit.
And I don't like lacy frills and Redanian novels, but you don't hear me complaining. Now follow me.
Shit. My, not you a tower.
She's gonna get herself killed, isn't she?
Here. You see, I thought that instead of training in a dank old cellar, we'd move around in the open air. A duel on a bridge, like in the novels. Now draw your sword.
Only got my steel and silver swords. We should be fighting with practice weapons.
We should, but you of all people ought to know. There's much more fun in doing things you shouldn't.
Listen, I'd really rather not hurt you.
Stop patronizing me, or you'll be the one to get hurt. Now on guard.
You alright?
Yes. The only thing you've really hurt is my pride.
By the way, how'd you get interested in fencing?
I was bored. I've no friends here. Papa keeps me on a short lead. It's banquet after banquet after banquet. I detest banquets.
The rich lead such tortured lives, chat.
Conversations, terrible food, and weak booze.
Exactly. At least with a sword in hand, I can have some fun. You know, blow off steam.
All right, what's next?
We should return. Just forgive me, Geralt. I know this might sound awkward, but would you mind turning around for a moment? My corset's shifted. It's pinching me terribly.
She about to stab us in the back. She's about to run away, isn't she?
It slows you. Rosa? Shit, she ran off. Anything happens to her, Attre will kill me. Need to find her.
Oh, children.
Trouble?
Far from home, aren't you, sweetie? And there's no telling if you'll ever get back.
She's Ambassador Atre's daughter. She's got diplomatic immunity.
I don't really understand the shite you're saying. Now it's clear you love your black ones.
It's no surprise, Lucas. Witches are drawn to monsters, just the way things are. But this beastie, we'll tend to her ourselves.
Let me rephrase. Put it in words you'll understand. Piss off.
Well, well. It's not just black ones who tell us what to do. It's witches as well. Too bad I listened to neither. Get him, Lucas!
Shut up and fight. Understand now why your father insists soldiers follow you around?
So they can save me, as you did.
This guy is a famous spot-starting badass. Let's pick a fight with him.
Rosa, those humans died because of you.
What of it? Do you expect me to shed a tear? Observe a minute of silence? They were dregs. They got what they deserved.
And you wonder why the locals hate Nilfgaard.
I thought you were different from other Nordlings. That you understand us, our sense of justice. I see I was wrong.
You should go home now. And take the shortest, not the scenic route.
I understand. Farewell, Geralt. And good luck on the path.
Well, you know. And then there was loot. All right, so what quest we got? We got a bunch of things at this point, right? So destination Skellige. We might find. So there's a main quest there. Count Reuven's treasure. It turns out if Siggy Reuven was none other than Simisat, they were the proper level for that. Get Junior. Yeah, I think we're appropriate level. We're level 12, right? So I think I'm just gonna go ahead and run the. There's some contracts and stuff we can poke at, but we're appropriate level for these main questline stuff. So I think we're just gonna do those. Alright, Roach.
deserve the eternal fire.
Hail, you fellows. You'd be keen on helping me with a very important matter.
Oh, watch where you're walking.
Don't mind me just running you over with my horse. This is why I walk, Chad. I don't want to run people over with my horse.
There's somebody coming.
You like the side quest better? The main storyline's been really good. Aren't you worried about Siri, chat? Don't you want to find her? She's like our daughter, chat. And she's in trouble.
Let's go. I've had enough of living.
She disappeared for some years. She could wait a week or two. Yeah, but yes, but now the wild hunt is chasing her, chat. Her life is more dangerous now than it was for the years she was gone. Alright, well, if you're gonna make me. It's for the free loot, idiot.
Slow now.
If Haley disappeared, right? I wouldn't be side questing.
Got right cabbage last night. Head feels like it's...
What a dump. Looks more like a beggar's hovel than a Margrave's townhouse. Dandelion made some interesting friends.
Yeah, almost 6 months old.
Awful tale. Oh, you're scared.
I remember Mass Effect had a main quest timer where you had to rush to save the people in the main quest. The more side quests you did, the more died. I couldn't save anyone.
Looking for a rise.
Oh, this is the dwarf.
Witcher. Now, I'm curious something mighty. How is it you were off the same bloody night Whoreson tried to kill me?
'Twas chance, honest. I was at the brothel. I've witnesses.
I don't doubt you found some witnesses, but I do doubt the bit about chance. Know what? Shite conversation this. So much blethering, we've got nowhere. Lads, you have a chat with him. It's simple. I want to know where Whoreson is.
I've not betrayed you. Not ever. No! No! I know nothing!
What a cruel and brutal world.
Help me find Junior?
I'm about to send my lads around Whoreson's hideouts. Won't say no to a witch's blade. Lead my men, take the Water Junior and drag him out of his hidey hole. Win-win situation as I see it.
Orson can't die until I've talked to him.
My lads are hot-headed and I like 'em like that. Want to rein them in, do so on your own.
Not interested in your squabbles.
Figure out what you want, come and see me.
I feel like if we work with him, it's gonna end up getting the guy we need to talk to killed. Alright, how do we get in here? I gotta walk around the other side? I hadn't intended to walk in there and talk to him. I wanted to search this hovel, but we couldn't get in there and the other door was locked.
I'm knackered.
Sail to Skilliga at your age. Now, the war on. You're daft. Any man will tell you that. You'll see.
I just might find a man brave. You, go back to your rocket.
Oh, I just need to blast it in, don't I? Got it. Need to remember that that's the thing.
Footprints. A letter and a bottle. The wine from your birth year. It's absolutely excellent. Startling bouquet. You absolutely must try it. But afterwards, please place the bottle back where you found it. Your birth year. Could be dandelions or Ceres.
No, I don't think I'm gonna go all the way till 10 o'clock J-Rate. Maybe another hour and a half or so. I don't know. Part of the reason why I started doing variety stuff too is like, you know, hanging out playing Witcher, like, I don't feel like I'm on as much. Like, there's more sitting back and listening to the story, so it feels more like, a little bit less like working than when I'm going through card games and articulating everything. So it's a big difference in energy doing card games for 5 and then, like, doing this for 3 or 4. It's not nearly the same level of drain, I don't think. Yeah, that too. When the voices do themselves, I just get to listen to Geralt with the rest of you as we go through the story. It's great. Yeah, it's been a fun day. Oh. So that's a door. Oh, he said by the birth year. So I have to put the wine somewhere in particular? The wine from your birth year is simply brilliant. You must try it, but afterwards place the bottle back where you found it. Ah.
$12:45 to $12:54. Satisfying click. In the next room over, I think. Secret room. Probably where Dandelion and his cohorts planned the heist. Stain. Wyvern oil. Sugar. And lumps of a substance dipped in wyvern oil. Potassium? Looks like they made the bomb here.
Alright, so if they did the heist and the guy that got robbed doesn't know who did it, they obviously don't have Dandelion. So, like, where is Dandelion?
Ciri, Menge is following me. He has seized the treasure. He has Dandelion. You must flee.
Well, Ciri was with Dandelion.
Not good.
Well, we got an item in there. Those better gloves. Plus 21 armor. Well, that seems great. Versus 2. Yep.
And Triss. Didn't expect to see you here. Certainly not with Triss.
I decided we could use someone who knows a bit of magic. The runes on the bomb, I'm absolutely dying to know what they mean.
You dying to know too, Triss?
No, just here for the coin.
Ah, Marigold playing the cynical materialist. I love it. In truth, her ideals brought Triss here. She needs gold to save her colleagues. When I recover my treasure, I'll be in a position to help her. Simple as that. Speaking of which, and pardon my Beauclervois, have you found out who fucking nicked my gold?
Hang on. Gotta tell me why you're here first. We agreed. If I learned anything, I'd take it to you.
So we did. But I was concerned about you. Stopped by to see if everything was alright.
Jam the save button. No, I didn't. I don't mind the fisheye. I think it's fine.
Thanks. You can breathe easy now. In the future, though, remember this. I can look after myself.
Fine. You look after yourself, and I'll look after my interests.
Gentlemen, really feel privileged to witness your battle of wits. But try to remember, unlike you, I put my life at risk every time I venture out into the streets. Did the same just coming here. So I beg you, can we get to the point?
Bothered Triss for nothing. No point examining the bomb.
Because?
'Cause I already know who nabbed your treasure. Commander of the Temple Guard, Caleb Menge.
Well, well, Marigold. Your coin stands to come with a side of revenge. Geralt, would you be kind enough to tell me what you've learned? I'm terribly curious.
What I've learned doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Yet you agreed to help me.
I am. Doesn't mean I have to confess everything.
I'll let your insolence fly this time, but only because His Honor the Margrave might indeed have something to do with the theft. Menge has been spending heaps of coin lately, though to my knowledge he shouldn't have a copper to his name.
So, what now?
From what I've heard, Menge spends his nights at the docks, witch hunters' quarters. Maybe pay him a visit. Ask where he's holding my gold for me.
Doubt Menge will admit anything willingly.
As do I. Lucky I hired a witcher and a sorceress who've been through so much together to get this done.
What's our past got to do with it?
A great deal. Lovers will jump into the abyss for one another. It suits my needs perfectly. Namely, it greatly increases your chances of getting out of the hunter's barracks alive. With my treasure.
He's so selfish.
In other words, you're using us.
Using you? Never. Merely making the most of your mutual bond. Well, lovebirds, I really must be going. Good luck.
Thought you'd correct him. Say that we... you know...
Dijkstra doesn't need to know about my love life.
wise. I'd never choose his shoulder to cry on either. But we've strayed from our topic. Got a treasure to recover.
Triss, gotta tell you something.
How many subscribers do I have? The number underneath my widget there is currently updated, Rex. Good evening.
Menga's got Dandelion locked
It
up
refreshes every couple minutes or so via the Streamlabs widget.
That changes everything. Listen, meet me at midnight by the Chapel of the Eternal Fire, east of the harbor. We'll figure out a way to get into the Hunter's Barracks together.
All right. See you then. And thanks.
Meet Triss at the Eternal Fire around midnight. That's quite the exit. Well, we can read the books, right? Really quick, we pick up any information from them that we need. Sometimes these give us extra pieces of information to peek at. Let's finish chasing down this quest line. We can just meditate to get to midnight.
Glad you're here. Listen, took a look at the building and it does not look good.
Mean it could use a bit of paint and spackle?
I mean, it's a damn fortress. High walls, guards at the gate, armed men everywhere. We could never sneak in, and fighting our way in won't work. Menga would have had plenty of time to escape.
What do you suggest?
Take these shackles. Put them on me.
Mind explaining what this is all about?
Think. Bring the hunters the vile Triss Marigold. They won't just open the gate for you. They're likely to let you present her to Menga personally.
No way. Too risky.
Dandelion's life's on the line. Series 2. No such thing as too risky.
Triss, think about it. Really want to walk into the lion's den of your own free will? And in chains?
Yes.
No, can't allow it.
Nice of you to worry, but I've made my decision, and I won't change it.
Well, she's thought this through.
Fine. Let's say they take the bait. What then? We go in, I put a sword to Menga's throat and ask him where Dandelion is?
Might not work. Menga's scum, but you have to admit, death doesn't scare him.
Always found that annoying in fanatics. So we gotta trick him into talking. Any ideas?
Maybe tell him you have information about the Lodge. Or about Philippa. Even better, he hates her most of all. You'll think of something.
Wait. I want to thank you.
Come on. Anyone would do this.
No. Not anyone.
Stop. It doesn't befit a sorceress to blush.
Still got a bad feeling about this. But tough. Let's go.
Geralt, remember, I can take care of myself.
What are you talking about?
The hunters. They won't treat me like a lady, but I'll survive. Might hurt a bit, but... Ciri, she's what matters. Do what you need to do, no matter what happens.
Can't promise that.
I'm still asking you to, all right?
All right.
He's very dark and brooding, chat. For not having feelings, he really seems to care.
What do you want?
Here for my reward.
What the hell for?
For a witch. Recognize who I got? It's Triss Marigold.
Marigold? Come in then.
Well, well. Triss Marigold. Giving up drowners for sorceresses?
Pays better.
It's 'cause they do more harm. What's a drowner do? Pull the odd fisherman from his boat. But the witches, they murder kings, scheme, start wars.
Don't forget turning your cow's milk sour straight out of the udder.
You're done jesting, Marigold. For good. Put her in a cell.
Not so fast. I hand her over to Menga himself, or not at all.
You reckon we don't know what to do with this witch?
Let go, you bastard!
Vulgar tongue's got no place being in such a pretty mouth. I guess we'll have to rip it out.
You're not gonna rip her tongue out.
'Cause why?
'Cause this.
Well... Probably should have saved before this quest, huh? Nah, I'm not safe scumming. These games can play out in a few different ways. It's fine. We'll loot our way through. I assume Triss is gonna like us more. Or maybe she won't. She told us... She told us not to do anything, but, you know. I just realized I didn't have my food on.
Too late to surrender.
It is really dark in this area. At least our plan got us in the front door, you know? Just hatchets. Nothing exciting. Nope. Put the sword back out. Come on. Come get some. Come on.
Well?
Alright, Triss. It shouldn't be this dark inside. Should I play with the... I can play with the setting, the gamma toggle. Helped a little bit. You get to kill this guy? Oh, this is the best possible outcome. This dude's been nothing but a dick to us.
All of them. That was close.
The cutscene's nice and bright.
I must say, trickery and deceit, not your strong suits.
True. I prefer straightforward solutions.
It was a very straightforward solution.
Fight first, ask questions later. We should search the office. Maybe we can find some documents mentioning Dandelion. I'll search his body. You search the room. I'd start with the desk.
Weird. It was super bright there for a second, and then it like got real dim real fast. I'm gonna check with the... I'll play with the display settings here for a second. What if I just crank the gamma all the way up? It seems like it got better every time I crank the gamma up. I wonder if the outside's gonna look awkward now. That is all the way up. Okay. Well, that's better for the inside. I don't know what the outside's gonna look like. Caleb, I have new instructions regarding the organization of the next execution. When you are ready to meet, place your holy tome in the drop box located in the column of the Eternal Fire altar in the southwest corner of the bits. We will meet at the usual spot. Do not tell anyone where you are going, and do not bring anyone with you. Burn this letter after reading. Probably should have done that.
Find anything?
Just his office key in his pockets. Here. Nothing under his belt. Wait, something sewn in the lining.
What is it?
The key to a vault. Here, give it to Dijkstra with my regards.
Key to a vault? No address? Why do I doubt this'll make Dijkstra smile?
Well, might keep him from setting his thugs on us. breaking our legs for failing to fulfill our part of the bargain.
Meaning glass is half full?
Of something strong, I hope.
I found a letter to Menga from someone important. A spy, I think.
A spy?
Take a look.
Drop boxes, secret signals. Yeah, strong stench of spycraft here. This agent could know more about Dandelion.
Bet he does. Letter explains how to signal for a meeting. No mention of where it would take place.
Maybe Dijkstra can help. He knows everything.
Everything? Slight exaggeration there.
I'm not so sure.
All right. Nothing left for us here. Let's go.
Be glad to. Just not by way of the main gate.
Yeah, I wonder if the PS4 version is just, or the PS5 build is just bugged. Because it was, like, really bright, just like the, just like the cutscene. Oh, we're over-encumbered. Being over-encumbered right now is probably not a good idea.
Ugly bastard.
Wants me to go through this way. Is there a spot upstairs I need to go through?
Well?
She said she explicitly didn't want to go out the front door, which makes sense. There was a door over here, but it's locked. Oh. Well then.
This is where we split up. But first, let's burn this shack down.
Agreed. We've left too much evidence.
Yeah, but I also need to blow off some steam. Listen. There's one other thing I wanted to talk about, but not here, and definitely not now. Come by later when you have a moment? I'd appreciate it. All right, we need to get out of here.
There must be something bugged with the dynamic lighting inside the house. Or inside the buildings. There is... Alright, up and over, got it. You're gonna huff and puff and blow the wall down?
You there, Mr. Reuben wants a word.
Impatient old bastard.
What?
Nothing. Be there soon.
That's Dijkstra, right, Mr. Reuven?
Who do I spy? Why, it's Geralt of Rivia.
Will you stop following me already?
I will, soon as you tell me where my treasure is.
Me and Menge didn't see eye to eye.
How badly?
Badly.
I suppose that explains the smoke. My treasure's not in there, is it? Burning with the witch hunters.
Didn't see it anywhere, and 20 tons of gold is hard to miss.
You mean to say you've come to me empty-handed?
First off, you came to me. Second, I do have something in my hand. The key to a vault, found it on Menge.
A vault that I need to find on my own? You've not made things much easier for me. Give me that.
That's all you're gonna say? No wry remark, no scintillating joke.
You want a knee slapper? Fine, I'll tell you one. Ready? You lied to me.
What?
You knew from the start who robbed me, but you didn't deign to share that information with me.
No, I didn't. But I did deign to help you find your treasure, so stop moaning.
I jest you not, Geralt. You abused my trust.
I can live with that.
This time, yes, you'll live. And now, time to settle things.
That a threat?
Quite the contrary. You helped me, Witcher. So in spite of everything, you've earned your reward. I take it you've still no idea what happened to Dandelion?
None. Found someone who might know, though. A spy, I guess. Signs his name, Yammerlack. Found a letter of his. Just one problem. It only details how to arrange a meeting with him. Makes no mention of where.
A ruined house in Far Corners. Give the signal, and he'll show up there the same day, just before midnight.
Probably shouldn't ask, but... Dijkstra, how the hell do you know all this?
I draw it all from the flight patterns of birds.
Your sarcasm. It gets tiring, you know?
I've far worse qualities than that, believe me. And a final humble plea. Don't try to fool me again. Ever.
I feel like the outside looks a little bit awkward with the gamer cranked up. I'm gonna pull it back a pinch. It didn't really help inside the houses. Alright, does that wrap that questline then? Find the Dropbox, place the Holy Tome. It does not. Okay, so that Dropbox... Got it. Okay, so we need to sell stuff. We need to sell stuff and repair our sword, though. So we need a blacksmith. Innkeep, roach. Where's the blacksmith at? Isn't it usually up here?
Damn it! Chase round it!
What? Lost your nerve?
Your time to die!
Is it though? Is it my time to die? It's like it's your day to lose your hands. I guess I can afford to over encumber here. We're going to sell stuff anyways, right?
presence is an affront to the eternal fire.
An eternal fire can sawed off, chat.
Not so fast, Roach.
Alright, sir, fix my stuff.
Need something sharpened? Reforged?
What do you have on offer?
Oh, I didn't mean to sell that axe. It'll be fine. Be okay. Use it anyways. So I get for clicking quickly, chat. Check out the crafting recipes. Yeah, he had the harpy sword that's like level infinite. Yeah, we checked him at the start of the night. No, in his inventory. Oh, there might be some down here. Nilfgaardian longsword. Requires 26. Silver sword. $23. $21. So we're close-ish to this one. Mastercrafted silver sword requires 16. $12. Do I... This one we can use right now, right? And now I can go to here, and he can craft this for me. So I can buy this, but I can't buy this. How do I get silver ingots? So I got to go to somewhere else then? Yeah, plus 125 is a big boost. If I could craft them, I think it would show them to me there. Oh, I can buy these. I needed 2 of these, right? I need 3 of them. Well, that's gonna take most of our money. It's a pretty big upgrade, though. I can also make it out of silver crafting component. So this is 272 versus 280 minus 28. Oh, can he not make me any more of these? Because I have the money. What a tilter. Okay, so I have to go get silver now from somewhere? I don't think I have anything that breaks down for silver, though. Silver nugget near the top. I mean, I have been looting everything. Wait. Oh, pure silver. I just get a silver ingot from it. Look at that, chat. That's what we want, right? All right. We're broke, but we've got a better sword.
So long.
And more importantly, so not only is this one much better, but now we have a backup steel sword or silver sword as well when we're out and about. And the first one, yeah, I mean that was our base first silver sword. So that one actually does more than like 2.5x better. Yep. All right, let's save.
Ooh.
Yeah, we haven't found any silver swords on people we've been killing. That was our first time crafting was the first opportunity we got. Everybody makes fun of us for having 2 swords in our back, but we technically carry 4 because they keep a backup of each.
And it's raining again.
Thanks everybody for hanging out today, by the way. Great to have had basically 160 people in here for the last couple hours. If you're new to the channel, my name is Jeff Hoagland. I stream full-time here on Twitch. I do a lot of single-player story-driven stuff like this, as well as turn-based strategy games. We're about 15 hours into our Witcher 3 playthrough now. It's my first time playing through it. Looking forward to exploring all the main game, as well as the DLCs on stream over the next couple of months.
Dropbox.
Big Con, thanks for the follow. I'm here 6 nights a week, Tuesday through Sunday. Feel free to drop in again sometime if you enjoy. I'm gonna play for another hour or so tonight, still though.
Show up in far corners before midnight.
No monsters, no rain, none.
Be at the arranged meeting place by midnight. Got it. If you are enjoying my playthrough this evening, it's the first time you've dropped in, I have a YouTube channel as well. YouTube.com/Jeff Hoagland, where all of my playthroughs are posted there in full segments, and there's a playlist that has them all in order, start to finish. They're all marked in the titles though, parts 1 through X. I need to figure out a command for the playthrough YouTube or the stream YouTube, since I'm splitting off the Runeterra into its own highlights one.
And it's raining again.
I'm not a huge fan, I will say I'm not a huge fan of item durabilities in games, but this one manages to do it at least much better than Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild, the item durabilities suck to the point where, like, that was part of the reason why I stopped playing. This one, where you can at least repair them, is very reasonable. Better swords also stay sharper longer. That's a nice feature. Makes sense too, right? Like higher quality, dull slower. At least in a game like this, there's a Vorthos reason for how it works, whereas in...
Now just to hide and wait. Blind man would even spot me here. Behind the door. Best place to hide. Classic.
Hey, Shieldbreaker. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Am I supposed to sit in the bucket? No? Am I supposed to wait here until something happens? Yeah, so when I play single-player games like this, I try not to just strict min-max them. Like, my Geralt doesn't strike me as a petty thief, so like, we stole from the capitalist. Be at the range, oh, it does say at midnight, you're right. So like, we stole from the guy that was super wealthy, but in general, I'm not gonna like loot peasants and stuff like that, because I just think it's super out of character. We're honest monster hunting. Honest pay for honest work, for the most part.
Triss? How'd you know to... Dijkstra, huh?
None other. I couldn't resist. Really want to see this through to the end.
Perfect place for a tryst. With Triss.
Mm-hmm. Ceilings collapsed, mold on the walls, mouse droppings in the corner. Lips almost pucker on their own.
Shh. He's coming. Hide.
Role-playing in an RPG, yep.
Menge.
Indisposed. Very indisposed.
I don't know who you are, but you're in deep. Shit right up to your nostrils.
You're in deeper, I assure you. But answer our questions and we'll help you get out.
The answer to each question will be the same. Sod off.
That's no way to talk to a lady.
To a lady, I never. But to a witch.
You can. Wouldn't recommend it, though.
Don't piss off Trish, chat.
Of course you can. And I'm just getting started. You must be thinking, this can't possibly hurt any worse. Oh, it can.
Enough!
So, gonna talk?
Yes! Yes! Just tell me what the fuck about!
Pure curiosity. Who do you work for?
I won't say. No way!
Sure about that?
Radovid. I work for Radovid.
Where'd Menge hide Sicky Reuven's treasure?
I haven't a clue.
You realize one word and you'll howl with pain again.
Yeah, and yet I still say I don't know a thing. Does that make you think?
Think he's telling the truth?
Ugh, looks like it.
Radovid, what did he hope to gain by helping Menga?
He seeks to clear the field before he arrives.
Makes sense. Easier to take a city whose mages are gone.
Bastard. He'll pay for this.
We're looking for Dandelion. We know Menga captured him.
Right. That's what this is all about. A fucking minstrel. You might have said so from the start. Before you bloody started mucking my mind with magic. I can't believe it. For a miserable sap like that.
Get to the point.
Dandelion is on Temple Isle. In the dungeon beneath the shrine. Menga's planning to execute him in Oxenfurt. Positively spectacular.
Afraid you'll have to call off the show.
How can we free Dandelion?
Those who leave Temple Isle do so only on Menga's orders. Issued in person.
Damn it.
We'll find a way. I have an idea. Tell you later.
Enough. We've learned everything we wanted to.
Glad to hear it. Can I assume we can put this unfortunate incident behind us?
Not so fast. Geralt.
I know. He's seen too much.
Why? I told you. I'll never...
Either he dies, or I wipe his mind.
Strip him of his memory.
But I helped you. I helped.
It's not so bad. I promise.
Peace, lay, and gay.
How do you feel?
Base. Cruel. Vile.
Feel
I could
base.
Go on, but I need to get out of here. Now. Go home. Bathe. Then drink myself to oblivion.
Walk you home?
Not today, Geralt. Not today. But
see, she doesn't really love us,
there
chat.
is one other thing I wanted to talk about. So, mind coming by later?
Maybe she does like us.
Menga's
Maybe
dead,
later.
True, but that hardly marks the end of my troubles.
Said you had an idea about freeing Dandelion.
Yes. We know he's on the island, and he'll stay there until Menga orders him transferred to Oxenfurt, right?
Mm-hmm. Problem is, Menga's dead. So...
No one else knows that. He could have escaped the fire. He could reappear. Him or someone very, very similar.
A Doppler?
Mm-hmm. Your old friend Dudu Biberveld impersonated the halfling merchant. Dandelion claimed he seemed more real than the original. So much so, Vivaldi gave him a loan of several thousand crowns without batting an eye.
Yeah, except Dudu's in hiding right now. Priscilla might know something, though.
Fingers crossed.
Hey, Just a Bird, thank you for the 14 months, and thank you for the very generous tier 2. I know, it's been sweet. Hey, the inside of this house isn't super dark. It's nice. Yes, yeah, talking about alternative routes that I didn't take is fine. I don't think I'm going to play through this because I'm enjoying it, but I almost assuredly won't have time to do another playthrough of Witcher anytime soon, so alternative options are free to discuss in chat for other folks that might be interested in it. I wouldn't mind hearing some of them too. Talk to Priscilla. Yeah, let's just chase down this one through the end, I think. Well, we probably won't finish this quest line tonight, but I've got another 45 minutes or an hour, I think, before I'm done. We've been live for 8.5 hours. Maybe we'll go for 9. Be one of my longer streams. Tap the save again for good measure.
Move on.
Thingy's punishable by death.
One of the things that threw me off, and if you watch the start of my first playthrough, I actually jumped off a building, and this makes sense, but like, I think this is one of the first games I've played where when you're standing still and you jump, your character actually goes forward a little bit, and I definitely ended up pitching myself off a balcony at one point because I didn't realize that was going to happen. Yeah, like, I mean, it makes perfect sense, right? Yeah, at the start of my playthrough has a tutorial balcony death. I was just like trying to fumble around with the buttons, and I wasn't expecting it to like lurch me forward when I jumped, and that's exactly what it did.
Do you see what I...
Washed your hair lately?
What village are you from?
Willows. Sits in the area to go
So after tonight, it's going to be a little bit till we get back to Witcher on stream. My plan is to do Witcher every, like, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, a couple of days in there. So we'll be back to this on Friday this week. During the week, though, Tuesday night, we're going to be doing more Pokemon VGC on stream. And then Wednesday and Thursday, we're going to be starting Infamous Second Son. My plan is to do Witcher on the weekends and then do other new variety games during the week, like Tuesday to Thursday. Hey, Turn 3 Carn Daddy, welcome to a live one. Thanks for dropping in tonight. It's great to see you in chat.
Oh, God. The Reapers come for me.
The city in this game might be one of the, like, best cities I've ever seen, with just like the drunks walking around and the way the different characters walk. There's like an old lady walking around holding her back at some point. So the problem is AK on Twitch. Changing my existing channel to the highlights channel means that all my history is there already in like my game playthroughs and stuff, and the existing channel is already going to be penalized by the YouTube algorithm, and the idea of creating a new highlights channel is to basically have a fresh start with that. I need to figure out exactly what I'm gonna... I can't get a custom URL for the second YouTube channel yet. I think I have to wait a month, it said. You have to have 100 subscribers for a month, I think. So, I have some time to think about it. Oh wait, is she not up here? Is she down over here?
Dandelion. I know where he is.
Where?
Dungeons on Temple Isle.
That's not a nice jest.
No jest, sadly. But don't worry, we'll pull him out. Triss has an idea. All we gotta do is find Dudu.
So you must find Dudu in order to find Dandelion, with the aim of ultimately finding Ciri? Sounds like an awful lot of searching, but I do wish you luck.
Don't have a choice. I gotta meet Horson Jr. He might know something. Take care now.
Oh, that finishes that storyline.
I believe I ate some.
Okay, so we need Horson Jr. to chase down the next part of this main storyline then. Let's do Triss's storyline. Yeah, basically like if a YouTube channel doesn't like take off within a certain window, the YouTube algorithm stops prioritizing it, and my existing channels existed for almost a decade, so it's definitely thoroughly penalized in that way. I'm also kind of curious. Am I playing just the main game, or no? I'm planning to do the DLC too, Carnetti. This one's been a lot of fun. The rating is great. I love a game with full voice acting. The combat's fun. This one hits most of the things I want to hit in a game. It's been really great. I can see why this series has or why this specific title has the reputation that it does.
Think I pissed me trousers.
Smash his face!
Come on.
Can we find Horson will his henchmen stop randomly popping up? Yeah, I got the base game and the DLC for $15 on the PlayStation for Black Friday, which was sweet. Nah, I've not touched Gwent. I don't really plan to. Yeah, I've heard good things about the DLC. A child is asking for help.
What happened, kid?
They...
Hey, wait.
We're about to get jumped.
Shit.
Grab him.
Stop walking into his sword.
Me! Leave it to me!
He's hexy. Rumble time.
Yeah, see his legs? See how his legs are now separated from him?
He's hexy.
Shit your pants already, big boy!
I need to remember to lock on more.
We can't kill him.
Blocking is a thing. I mean, you could block with your face. Chat, does it look like I'm dying? We're okay. I promise we're a-okay. Defense is for people that don't know how to attack. Yeah, see, you get it.
Yes? Who are you here for?
Triss.
Told her from the start. No men, no pets. 'Tis a decent house for decent folk.
Don't worry, won't stay long.
Blocking with the exploding magic shield is both easy and effective. Yeah, I don't parry very often. When they hit the shield, it blows up on them. Are we stating math is for blockers here too? God bless. Is this house sideways? This house is lopsided, right? Yeah, I have Quinn fully upgraded, so.
Geralt, I've got a problem. Can we talk? Yes, Geralt?
Feel all right?
So. Why do you ask?
Maybe we should talk about something else.
Gladly. I was about to ask the same.
I like how we should talk about something else was the only dialogue option there. We looked at the alchemy tree. Nah, I haven't really futzed around with that. I'm mostly focusing on magic with a little bit of damage for the quick attacks at the moment.
What did you want to talk about?
I got a strange message. I don't quite know what to think.
Who was it from?
Ingrid Vegelbud's servant. Apparently, Lady Vegelbud's prepared to donate a tidy sum. She wants to help mages escape from Novigrad.
Guessing this wouldn't be a selfless act of charity.
You guess right. And that's my problem. Vegelbud needs a favor from me. No details in the letter, unfortunately. I'm supposed to meet the servant at the fish market. Says he needs to explain everything face to face, but these days I can't be sure meeting him's a good idea.
What are you afraid of exactly?
That it's a trap. On the one hand, it's an opportunity I can't afford to let slip. We need the coin. On the other...
Nobody expects you to risk your life.
I expect that of myself. The thing is, it used to be easier. When I didn't know what it's like to be tortured, what it's like to hear the screams of others and be unable to do anything.
You could have escaped at any time.
I know, but I was still terrified. What if they fetter me in real Dimeridian? You won't always be there to help.
No, Dr. Jazz, if you haven't seen Witcher 3 before, the game has very violent combat that includes dismembering things, and there are small moments of nudity on occasion. So I've been throwing them at this game. This game's rated M for a reason, so I've been throwing that up when we've been streaming it.
Don't like this at all, but you seem determined. Not about to let you deal with it alone.
Thank you.
The servant. How are you supposed to contact him?
Said I'd recognize him. He'll be in a blue tunic, have a load of keys strapped to his belt. I'm supposed to ask him about the price for his trout.
Whose idea you think this was? The servants or Vegelbud's?
My bet's on Ingrid. Highborn damsels
Might
have
be a
long
little
time
disappointed.
servants to read
Apologies.
adventure novels.
Think it'll be better if I talk to the mystery man in the blue tunic.
He's expecting to meet me.
You just wait nearby. I'll make sure that note didn't come from the witch hunters. Then you come in.
Fine. Let's meet there.
Well, obviously I understand Biden winning the presidency, and even if we take the Senate, all the problems in the country aren't solved. But if I'm being honest, I'm looking forward to, at a minimum, not having something happen on Twitter every other day that, like, makes me feel the need to be frustrated and rant. Between Donald Trump losing the election and no longer playing Magic the Gathering, I feel like 2021 could be my lowest stress year in a long time, hopefully. Maybe we'll even get past the pandemic. Guy can dream, right? What's Twitter? Yeah. I'm gonna put some other food on my thing. I have a few right here. I probably should just meditate rather than eating a resource there. Yeah.
Lots of fuss over lots of rain.
The thinking customer will see right away I've got the best deals this side of the pond.
and jerkins. Interesting.
Dressed in a blue tunic, he has keys strapped to his belt. I live 4,000 miles away from the U.S. The last 4 years have been stressful for us too. Looking forward to the end of the current. Yeah, you would be both, dude. And if the Dems win the runoffs in GA2, which they have a real shot to, like, we could actually see some real positive change in my country. Could have some actual hope. Well, that's a blue tunic, but I don't see keys on his waist. Will the keys, like, glow? It says use your Witcher senses.
Oh, damnation.
Am I just supposed to, like, I'm probably not supposed to just talk to random people and say this code word, right?
I'm busy.
Greetings.
Yes?
Heard you can get fresh trout around here. Cheap.
What? Trout? Touch a trout? Get chewed out. Understand? It'll give you a right bollocking.
Oh, he's got keys on his belt.
Know where I can get the best price on trout?
Perhaps. But it wasn't you I was to meet, sir.
Want to talk to the letter's recipient, I gotta be present.
Caution would advise.
Caution's advising you not to argue right now. Trust me.
Seems I've got no choice. Come with me. This way. It's not far.
I like how a lot of the escort style quests in this game have you following someone instead of them following you. Makes their mapping a little bit easier and more consistent.
That's it. Get him. Help me! No. Stop walking into his soul. Leave him the
Hopefully our boy has plot armor.
Let's go.
What did they want from you?
I've no clue. First time I've laid eyes on them. Maybe... Well, recently someone's been trying to question our messengers about the young count. Hold on. Where's Miss Marigold? You was to come alone, miss.
24-hour Witcher stream. I don't know about that. I'm too old for that type of stuff these days.
The tall one was Valdo Muris. Works for the witch hunters.
Plus, with 3 kids at home, it's not super feasible.
It just weren't what I expected, since Lady Bagelbud...
Yeah, there's a ton of Witcher stuff already up on the YouTube. Like I said, by the time we finish tonight, we'll be pretty close to 20 hours.
Now that we're past the initial courtesies, maybe you can tell us who you are.
Lady Bagelbud's valet. I meant you no offense, sir.
Why wouldn't Lady Vegelbud meet with me personally?
She was afraid they'd follow her. Been a nervous wreck of late.
So what's this about? Be straight.
Lady Vegelbud's son, he's the problem. Master Albert's taken an interest in alchemy. Temple Guard's gotten wind.
Wouldn't worry about the guard, but since the mage hunters tried to grab you, I'd say Albert's in serious trouble.
Aye, Lady Vegelbud bought off the guardsmen. Since the hunters paid for every mage revealed to them.
Guardsmen took a bribe from the frightened family and whispered a word to the hunters anyway. How'd Ingrid Vegelbud know to contact Triss? That Triss was the right person?
We learned Miss Marigold had helped Myra Base disappear once the witch hunters were onto her. Myra provided Lady Ingrid with magical assistance on a few occasions. With
Yeah, I'm planning to, Cake.
Afflictions.
Makes sense. Myra mentioned treating a highborn lady to me once.
Seems Albert needs to disappear as soon as possible.
I can arrange that. Think young Vegelbud can slip out of the house unnoticed?
Tain't that simple, sadly. Master Albert's in hiding at the Vegelbud's country estate. Lady Ingrid's got the notion she can get him out quietly. Wants to throw a lavish masquerade ball.
Am I supposed to attend? Help him escape?
Aye, we'll not manage without you, miss. Lady Vegelbud fears the Alps being watched.
If the hunters are after Albert, I doubt some merrymaking will distract them.
Geralt, a ball at the Vegelbuds is hardly some merrymaking. Word is, at the last one they served 100 different desserts, and the fireworks boomed from dusk till dawn.
What with the war and all, Milady's ordained but 85 desserts this time.
85 desserts, chat. Alright, I'm convinced. Let's go.
The roses have become dreadfully hard to come by.
Oh, I'd love to see it all.
Expect any trouble during the ball?
Hardest part will be to keep Master Albert's departure a secret from his grandmother.
Is that necessary?
Lady Patricia's a fervent believer of the eternal fire. Knows naught about Albert's interests in alchemy. Luckily, the elder Lady Vegelbud's a rare visitor to the country residence.
Truly an atypical family.
I'm not one to judge, sir.
Hope we won't have to stay till the end.
You're coming with me?
Of course I am. Not about to send you into what could prove to be the lion's den by yourself. Think about it. 85 desserts, while you're still trying to keep your waist at 22 inches.
Geralt, please. How do we get to the residence?
What a dick.
Take it. Guard at the gate will have instructions for you. You're to wear a fox mask, all right? Good luck to you.
Something I need to do first.
Fine. Buy our masks while you're at it. And you should change. Ball attire. I bet you can get everything we need for the ball at Eliel's shop. You know it?
Been there before. Eliel's a friend of Dandelion's. Just masks, right? Probably don't need to wear a doublet, do I?
A doublet, Geralt. And it's not up for discussion. Take care of that, then come and see me.
He's so let down. Buy a fox mask, optional, buy a new outfit, doublet, trouser, boots.
It's a washout.
It says optional, chat. We blame the wizards for the rain. Racist. Classes? I don't know what exactly kind of ism that is. That is. Hey, LPL, thanks for the prime. It's good to have you. It's good to have you on through. Still, I appreciate the support. If you're ever looking for another card game to fill the magic void a little bit, Runeterra is really great. There's a reason why I swapped to it. It's a lot of fun. It plays on Android and iOS if you're someone that plays games on mobile on occasion, and it's super both free-to-play friendly and pay-to-play friendly. Like, you can buy any deck outright for less than 30 bucks. There's no random card packs. You buy just the cards you want, and other people have free-to-played it very successfully. Is it optional? Well, the lady says it's optional. That's fair. It's good. It's a good call.
Greetings. Come to look over my spring collection, perhaps?
Glad to take a glance at what you got.
Of course, please do. If anything chafes or pinches, I can alter it on the spot at no charge. Once I'm done, it'll feel like you're wearing nothing at all.
Convenient. 2 masks. Triss's fox mask. Got it. Oh, we totally had these and I sold them, didn't I? We don't have enough money to buy these. I guess we almost have enough. I have 232. This is 145. Man, we punted big time by selling them, huh? Alright, it says optional. I'm not spending our last gold on it.
So long.
Oh, we went out the back door. Got it. Alright, this feels like a pretty natural spot to pause for the evening. For people that are new, normally I go till about 10 o'clock Central, which is about an hour and 15 minutes from now. But I started early today because I wanted to do some Runeterra beforehand this afternoon. And I've been live for about 9 hours so far today, which is much longer than I normally stream in a trade shop. But Witcher's fun. Witcher doesn't feel like work. It's just a good time hanging out. Thanks everybody that hung out through the end. Nanich, thank you for the 10 months and the absurdly generous tier 3. I really appreciate that. Welcome back. For folks that are new to the channel, by the way, my schedule, I mentioned I do different stuff most evenings during the week. Let me hide my family calendars really quick. So my plan for the rest of this week is we played Witcher 3 tonight. We're going to play some Pokemon VGC on Tuesday afternoon. Wednesday and Thursday, we're going to be starting Infamous Second Son on the PlayStation. And then Friday, followed by Saturday, we'll be playing some more Witcher 3 again. Tomorrow afternoon, by the way, for my regulars, I'm going to be doing my normal Runeterra streams every morning this week. Tomorrow afternoon at the end of Runeterra, I'm going to be playing some Godfall on stream as part of a sponsored segment. That's one of the sponsorships that pays out based on my viewer count during that segment. So if you want a really easy way to support my content, if you can be here for tomorrow afternoon watching while I poke in at Godfall for the first time, I'd appreciate it. Everybody, stay safe out there wherever you're at in the world, and have a good evening.